Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Sunday. How is everyone doing today? Back on the Switchwire build. So, how's everyone doing? Hey, Bill Brothers. Hey, Great White. Hey, Mr. Tiberium and Queasy Driver. John and Malfrey. Hey, Martin. Hey, Mix, Tuxedo and Poity. How is everyone? Hey, Kevin. Hey, Maker Viking. Hey, Geezer Gamer and Nathan. Hey, Nappin. Hey, Kirk and Felix. What do I have there? YouTube telling me that I'm live. Woohoo! Norwegian Creator. Hey, Fixter Jake and Evidence. How is everyone? How's your week been? How many of you have come over from Grant's stream? That's awesome. Hey, DJ. Toho's. What else do we have? Hey, Sean. Nappin. Are we printing yet? Hopefully very soon. We're gonna get on it today and continue wiring. So I'm doing well. Laura from the snowy Northeast. Fun. Hey, Martin. Who else do we have? Marion and Akeso? I'm not sure how to say that, but hello. Doing good. Also working on my printer in preparation for ERCF2. Awesome. Hey, John. Trying to get that last 5% of my Enderwire build done. That's always tough. The last little bit. Do you have a rebrand in plan like Steve, the SAT creator? No, I'm pretty comfortable where I'm at. Although I'm in the same situation of this is my private channel that I just kind of kept using, which means if I look at YouTube stats, it's like from 2009 to now. So it's a flat line and then this on everything for the last 2 years. Hey, Kyle. Hey, Obi-Wan. Hey, Grant. And Biney. How is everybody doing? I'm doing well. Oh, the Californian creator. Hey, Bezlis. Welcome. Happy Sunday. Lester. If enough 3D printer creators get together, we could end up with a full broadcast schedule. We could. I tried to spend some amount of thought on my Tuesday streams. So I don't know who I might overlap with, but I tried to minimize it. What's better, an ANA A8 or a Switchwire? That's a tough one. But my biased opinion has to say Switchwire. Printing parts right now to upgrade a Prusa. Awesome. Okay, so let's get right into it. We have our LDO Switchwire. Let's see where my camera is pointing. Let me shift it to pointing just a little bit more here. Sorry about that. So, Toho's, thanks for being a member for 20 months now. Awesome. You could create a second channel called Steve Stuff where you do non-printery things. I don't do non-printery things. And I barely have enough time for one channel. Hey, Brent. BBs, hello. James? Okay, so this is the progress we've made so far on the Switchwire revC kit from LDO. The big changes are it includes the stuff for Stealth Burner now. It has a touchscreen we'll be installing, and it's using their USB connected Nighthawk toolhead PCB, which is on here. This is not quite released yet. They did find a last minute revision they wanted to make to the breakout board that's under the deck here, but it should be out soon. Is this the final Switchwire stream? I don't think so. So my plan is to get as far as we can. We might do, depending on how hungry I get, we might do a fairly long stream today. I want to get wiring done. I want to get to configuration. I want to make it move, if at all possible today. I think at least one more stream doing panels and input shaping type stuff, because I know input shaping is a question on a bed slinger type printer. You have two different completely separated motion systems for X and Y. So how to do that, I've got an idea. Just playing around with it. We'll see how well it works. So thanks, Swam. I'm pretty pleased with the color scheme too. What else do we have? Bill Brothers, thanks for the gifted memberships. Hey, Duff. You enclosing this printer or leaving it open? Well, I'll be enclosing it. I don't know if it'll stay enclosed. The Switchwire does have a pretty advantage of the enclosure is really easy to take off once you put it on. So you could put it on, take it off relatively easy because it all kinds of stays in one piece. You remove a couple of bolts around the frame and then some tabs on the side and it'll pop off. So looks like you reassembled the Prusa bed you took off the Mark III's on Tuesday. Apollo, thanks for being a member. Printing all my slab parts. I cannot throw too much shade there. You've all seen me miss printing parts before, so I'm way behind. Is Switchwire the quickest Voron to build? I don't think so. I think a V0 is actually still quicker to build. Even when I was trying to do one stream building before, I spent so much time saying hi to everybody at the beginning of stream. I had about 10 hours to printable on a V0 and about 16 hours to printable, or maybe a little less than that on the Switchwire. I think a V0 is still quicker. Obi-Wan, got a DLL PDF solid fork frame with extra height. What color? That's a more important part. When you're talking DLL PDF, you got to include color. Lester, thanks for the gifted memberships. So someone orders something for Steve when we get a 7-hour stream. You're not going to be awake for it anyway, Nathan. You're going to go to sleep at about the 3-hour mark, right? Hey, Mr. Joddy. You clean the desk. I have been trying to keep it a little cleaner. Hey, Evil. I'm just trying to get through here. If this printer is a Charlie Tribute, will we be able to print in parrot mode? On my shoulder? We'll see. Did I miss more here? I did. Bearded Bucket, thanks for the gifted memberships. Still catching up. Hey, Bob. Welcome. How did you make the hex trays look so good? I've been playing, I mean, really the hex trays, I got to give Brian, Ballistic Tech, the credit for the idea of the color change, swapping filament. I mean, it's obvious, but I saw his and decided, yeah, I got to do that. And then top infill patterns are kind of fun to play with on that. Hey, Norgorut. Cleared desk, messy floor. You know, I mean, one of the reasons I'm leaving Phoenix here, besides it promotes engagement, is that's a whole section of my shop that's not visible now. Mandic stealth skirts. I did. I clicked on the link to those and went to look a little more and then got squirreled away to something else. But yeah, what I saw did look amazing. If it's long enough, I can join back when I wake back up. Nice. Okay. So back here, we are on wiring. So, oh, before we get to wiring, the thing I failed to mention is we installed the Z or the Y cable chain here, but we didn't align it. I have all of one of the reasons I was close to rubbing on wires here for the bed is because the mount, this mount here for this end of the cable chain was too high. You want to kind of eyeball that. You can get to the bolt here if you get past the wires through the cable chain, and then we can loosen this and shift it down a little bit, tighten it back up, and then go over here and kind of eyeball it being level, and that I got it right on there, so it's good. But you'll want to adjust the height of this mount here so that the cable chain is nice and level. So hey Kilroy, what else do we have? A Stewart. 100 likes by the 15-minute mark. Well, we have 264 people here. We are giving and only 3 left to go. Same as every stream, we're giving away a roll of Polymaker filament. Link is in the pinned post and the description. You might have to refresh to see the one in the description. Refresh your browser because I add that usually right before I go live. So it wouldn't show up unless you refresh. We give away at the 3-hour mark. We try to hit 300 likes by the 3-hour mark. We've been able to do that almost every time, sometimes significantly more. So let's keep that streak going if we can. You have to be here. Yeah. So, and let me make sure that everything's good. Yeah, we've got responses in the forum, so we're good. Hey, Jeff. What did we see here? I love your streams. I'm in the middle of an Enderwire build. First machine on Clipper for me. Awesome. I was just working on, or working with, I didn't have to work on, the Enderwire that I built for my father-in-law. Because for Christmas, I gave him the files and the filament and the non-printed parts for the Skippy 3D Sets boat. So he's printing that. And he's printing it in Jesse's neon yellow PLA, their gunmetal gray, I think it is, PLA, and the sparkle black PLA are the colors he's going to use for that. So 3-hour mark plus 3 seconds. Yeah, seconds. What do we got here? It's been 30, wait, what? They made a boat? Yeah, they make a boat. It's called the Skippy. They have something coming. They've got a teaser out there. I don't think they've done anything. Hey, Jordan. No, they haven't released anything. On their Facebook page, they're teasing what looks like a car, like a street car format. I don't know if it's going to be a drifter or a muscle car or a drag racer. I don't know, but they're teasing it. Hey, Danny, welcome. Has any filament supplier reached out and asked you about a Steve filament color? No, I definitely have thoughts on some colors I'd like to see. Mostly in the greens and oranges range. Although this, I'm liking this orange quite a bit. Okay, back to, what are we? Let's zoom out. So we adjusted the cable chain height for this. Last stream we anchored the wires on both ends, and then we started working under the deck. Hey, Christian. Okay, so under deck, we've got the bed wires here. They're just hanging. I did, while, let's see here. Put this is, make it hold straight. We talked about last stream grounding the frame, and at least as close to proper as we can get in here. Aaron, thanks for being here from 3D Musketeers. We need a Charlie Orange. Charlie Orange is a pretty pale orange. And what I really want is an almost brown orange. If I wanted an orange, I want Jesse's Brad's orange in an ABS or ASA. That's what I want. Hey, Takuya. Our printable panels for the Switchwire. Printable panels would be interesting. I don't know if I'd do it. Did you see the ferrules I found that made for 2 wires? I did. I didn't go that direction. Basically all I did is, if we look here, there we go. I remixed this mount, So it's two 3-pin Wagos and then one 5-pin. And then I took an extra ground wire and jammed it into the frame here with a T-nut. So, can you tell us what kind of machine is standing behind you to the left? That's the Voron Phoenix. That's the 600 millimeter by 600 millimeter by maybe a little bit shy of 600 millimeter in Z. IDEX Voron. Brad's orange is UV reactive? I didn't know that. I would love an orange that was like the Toyota's metallic orange they do on like the Tacoma Pro. That would be awesome. That's pretty close. I mean, that's one reason I like the Brad's orange, is it's pretty close to that. There's a hex panel and a smooth surface panel for the S switchwire. Ground is connected to the frame. Yeah, so ground is connected to the frame here. Now, if we took this and confirmed that, I grab my multimeter here, and what I want to do, because we have various things that get attached to the frame, but really we need to see that the frame is all connected. So if I go here and then go to, just a little bit, there we go. And then go to one of the blind joint bolts that I can get to there, we'll see that we've got, I don't know if you can hear that, we've got connectivity. And I've checked this across several of these. If I get down in here to the blind joint holes. So I have connectivity all the way up to here, all the way over here. I think that's good. Is the ground from the IEC socket or the negative out of the PSU? It's actually from this 5-pin Wago that's acting as a distribution block for ground. Can you pull the multimeter up to the camera to see what you have it set to get that reading? Oh it's gonna be different. I've had this multimeter for probably over 20 years. So this is a Craftsman Professional. I set it to the diode. There's a diode tone and resistance function. And then to get the tone, you have to hit select a couple of times to get it over to the tone function. And that's just this meter. This has been an awesome meter though, because I have a thermocouple for it. I have a K-type thermocouple that'll plug into it. It does infrared. Here. I can do infrared temperature reading. It says 14C, 15C in here. Yeah, depending on where. I've got the heater on, so if I point it at the ceiling, where the heater's going, it's a little better. But that's gonna be particular to your meter. So I haven't never bothered to show that in detail. Is a Phoenix a printer that's covered by Nero 3D coveted? Oh, I know that Nero wants to build one. I don't know where he's gonna put one. I mean, I honestly don't know where I'm gonna put it permanently. Time to see what we'll finish first, this stream or my idler rebuild. My front idle's cracked, the weak building cleaves beef before it breaks. Okay. So, the resistance and diode check symbols are pretty universal, actually. Right. But to have to hit the select button a couple of times to get to the continuity tester, that's not universal. Happy for you to store it in my house. We know how much it costs to ship one of these to your house. It's not cheap. We have direct experience with that. Do Americans use a multi-foot instead of a multimeter? What's the max print size you can have in a Voron? Well, it depends on how you build it. There are people with meter cubed Vorons. I'm not saying it's a good idea, but they're out there. You don't, where are you gonna put it? You don't need no stinking living room. The problem is it's built in my garage now, which means it's not going into any door in my house. It's too wide to fit in any door. I might be able to fit it through the sliding glass door to the backyard. Showing Brad's orange under a black light. Nice, I'll check that out. Okay, we are off to, we're in the assembly manual, which is kind of talking about electronics at this point. So we switch gears to the LDO docs and their wiring guide. So that's what we're gonna cover here. It is an orange frame. So this is the wiring docs. Drop it off at my house on your way to Rocky Mountain. I will have it with me, hopefully, on the way to Rocky Mountain. Okay, so we are following the LDO documentation wiring guide. And we did the wiring carriage. Heated bed is all set up. Hey, Jason. All their stuff. We did the X end stop because we did the carriage. All that's done. Installed the Z probe. I left off the reflective tape. I would recommend putting the reflective tape on, but I left it off. Do as I say, not as I do, right? Need more likes. Where are we at? I'm sure we're doing good. I only see a 1. It only shows me the first digit because I have chat zoomed in so I can read it better. Hey, Rich. Would you recommend a CAN tool head board for a clipper noob, or build first and then upgrade to a CAN board? That's a tough question because CAN does add a significant amount of complication, but it also is something that's a little more difficult to switch out later because there's so much wiring and so much effort into the wiring. There's a lot of people that are able to help with that now, though, even more so than just 6 months ago or whatever. So I would probably lean towards, if you're building fresh, I would almost lean towards going in that direction. I melted too many probes, so yeah, reflective tape is probably a really good idea. Whenever I hear people talk about melted probes, almost always the cause is the probe. I know some of the Omrons people have shown that they melt, but the PL08, the red probes, are notorious for melting, even when installed properly. So I'd be concerned about the particular probe, and then whether the heater block is too close to it or not. A lot of folks installed Dragons backwards and melted probes. So I have not had any Omron probe melt on me. So what about tap on a fresh build? Do you recommend that for a new build? Sure. Not on a Switchwire. The bed's too flexy. Some good manuals and videos for CAN bus now. Yeah. Okay, so we've got all this stuff. We could probably run our X cable chain and get the tool head wired up next. That way then we can kind of get into the underdeck wiring all at once. So I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna start up here at the tool head, get things plugged in here. So right now we have the thermistor, we have the probe, we have our X end stop, and we have our hot end wires just hanging here. So let's get those plugged in and put together. Revo is definitely much safer. Yep. But I never melted any Omrons when I was running Dragon hot ends, which are probably some that get the closest. Best probe recommendation for a Switchwire? I mean, any of the inductive probes are going to work fine. I haven't tried any of the servo actuated clicky styles. That might not be a bad idea. I would say if you wanted to go through the extra build, I would do a clicky style, servo actuated clicky style probe on Switchwire, because then you don't have to worry about the impact of the magnets on an inductive probe. So, okay, let's get into wiring up. Let me grab some parts. We've got wiring, and do we have anything? Yeah, we've got our Nighthawk cables. We're gonna need those. I don't have anything there, so this box can go away. Screen. What's in here in the cable kit? It's a screen cable. Let's put these here. Fasteners and tools. Electronics. What else do I have here? What am I missing? Where are the cable chains? Aha. Would you recommend a CNC tap over printed? Bought a Mellow CNC tap and was very impressed. I've had equal luck of both, honestly. I have had a printed tap break. I don't know why, but I have other printed taps that have been installed longer than that one. So maybe some fault in my print, maybe just luck. That. What is this? LED strip. Don't need that yet. LEDs. Okay. That's what we need there. So let's put this off to the side. Snow Sunday in New England. Fun. There are two different style servo clicky setups. I like the one that mounts down low next to the Z motor. It makes going CAN bus easier. Down. Oh, okay. Interesting. I have not actually installed a servo style clicky setup on a Switchwire. It might be a good extra content for this build at some point. Okay, let's zoom in here and get the tool head wired up. Hot end. Really happy with my printed tap. Personally, I did so much reason for CNC tap in my use case. Do you install a nozzle brush with your tap? I have not. I am a fanatic with the tweezers. So I preheat. My process for printing on any of my machines with tap is I preheat everything. I heat soak at 110 on the bed, either 110 or 100 depending on the printer. And then 160 on the tool head, and I let that heat up. At some point before I go to do my meshes and Z-tilts and quad gantry levels and all that stuff, I reach in real quick with tweezers and just clean off the nozzle. And at 160, ABS and stuff doesn't ooze at all, but it can be pulled, it can be cleaned off. It's soft enough to clean off the nozzle, so that's what I do. What Voron would you recommend to build for someone looking to build one? A Trident. First Voron, if you have the budget, if you want the space, the size, Trident. If you don't need the size and your budget isn't, a V0. I'm sorry, Nappin, I said 160, I meant 150. 160, you could change the macro to say 160 and it would work just as well. I used to do 160. Everything before tap was 160. The only reason I changed to 150 is because that's what the macro was and I decided to just leave it. Are you concerned about the white ABS being brittle? Not at all. Not even a little bit concerned, because this isn't white ABS. This is natural. It is showing very white. I see that on the screen. It's showing very white, but this is natural. So it doesn't have the same problems that a white filament does. Do you feel about fluid versus mainsail in 2024? I have to admit, I haven't installed fluid in a long time. I am still using it and updating it on printers, and I like it just fine. I have no problems with fluid. The problems I have is I haven't gone through and learned or gone through the process for a manual install of fluid. They don't make it as easy. And I don't, I'm not a big fan of Kiao, whatever. Not because it's not a cool program or whatever, but I prefer to have control over my install processes, and I don't like scripting like that. And that's a pretty broad statement because I know I violate that in certain areas. But in general, I would prefer to install it myself, and I haven't taken the time to learn how to install fluid. I will at some point. What's wrong with white filament? White filament has too much additive to make it white. It's a titanium oxide or something. And it has an impact on, you see it in print quality, and you see it in the way, the strength of parts and stuff. Let's get this. Let's get the hot end. These are going to be too long. They're going to be sticking out the bottom. So I'm going to cut just a tiny bit off the ends of these ferrules. Just the last little crimp section. Let those fly across the garage to be cleaned up later. Make sure these are fully open. These are always so fun to get in there. If it's open all the way. Titanium dioxide, thank you. Can lead to weird permissions issues. Yeah, and I want to know the process. I can better troubleshoot an install process if I've done it from scratch. I once printed an entire roll in one vase. My poor nozzle looked like it was on the set of... I'm not sure why this is being a pain to get up in here. Either I'm not hitting the right spot, or maybe I can take some... Maybe I can take something and kind of flatten the end of this a little bit. Just squeeze the end and see if that helps it get up in there. Yeah, that was exactly what it needed. Just shape the end. Oops, sorry for the blurry view of the back of my head. Go. Hey, Michael. Taking a lot, especially when someone else has provided CAD model. Leftover fluid. Never told to learn something new. Thanks, I did not know that about the white filaments. Yeah. Clicky versus tap thoughts. I'm a fan of tap. Although I'm using like Euclid on my Tridex, I don't have a clicky currently installed anywhere. I've had more consistency with tap than I did with clicky, but I don't know that it was clicky or the Z offset setup, that plugin, that add-on. The auto Z offset, I think something was weird with that on me, but I don't have any concrete info on that. Do you know anything about what's going on with the Voron user GitHub repo? No, what's going on with it? Is it taking a while to get approvals? I know there's some efforts to get some additional reviewers in there. So there's efforts to improve that if something's going on with that. My Tridex is getting ready to print, only waiting for the last parts to arrive. Big thanks to your videos. Awesome. Hey, Niels. Do you recommend the CNC tap or printed? I use both. I think both work fine. I'm not going to say that you should go out and buy a CNC tap. I think they both are working pretty well. I wouldn't say not to go out and buy one because I have a couple installed, but. Okay, so hot end's plugged in, and then I'm going to loop this around and plug in the thermistor. Go. Just keep that, and that'll just tuck up in there. Tuck over there. Probe. We're gonna refer to the docs here. I think there was a. Here we go. Inductive probe or clicky plugs into that spot. Thermistor was there. Hot end was there. The front cover goes to this header. We got a chamber thermistor and X end stop, and then the tool head cable. We already plugged in the stepper when we were assembling the whole thing. So I think let's go. Oops, not there. So that probe can just go in there, and then X end stop there, and just kind of tuck wires out of the way, make sure that'll close, and it closes just fine. All PR are closed. Looks like they are doing some restructuring. Oh, maybe. I know activity is going on there. I don't know the details of what's going on, Nathan. So I would expect that the intent is to make things easier, and I wouldn't be too concerned. This tap's still not recommended for Switchwire. Correct. Tap does not have the weight, the pressure that tap puts down on the bed will flex the Switchwire bed. Aren't most CNC tap sets with MGN 7? Isn't that not as good as the MGN 9 of the printed one? I don't think that's the true case. I think Chaotic Labs is the only one I know of that's using an MGN 7. I'm running, the only CNC taps I have are Chaotic Lab, and they're working fine for me. But I know other CNC ones do use MGN 9. If you don't use clicky, what are you using in your solid fork? You're right. That was a wrong statement, because I actually use clicky in my Mercury 1 and solid fork, I think. So I misspoke. Neither of those are using the auto Z offset function though. Although I could be wrong on solid fork 2 on that. Is there something in the works for a new tap or something like this for V0 and Switchwire? No, and especially not for V0. There's no official Z probing in the works for V0. It's such a small bed. You get it aligned once and you're good. Boop. There's a boop for the mini stealth burner ecosystem, but it's not meant to be used on V0. There's a couple of reasons. There's compromises in build area that you have to give up, significant compromises. And it's not really useful. And with the cantilever bed, you're putting too much pressure on the bed. You're not getting good results. You have built too many printers, you can't remember what you've done. This is true. Okay, so that is basically done. We do have a thermistor in here somewhere. Chamber thermistor that we can plug in, if I can find it. Isn't Pandora's box a V0 with boop? It's not a V0 frame though. So within the confines of a V0 spec frame, there isn't room to hit all of the 120 millimeter build area with boop installed. Not even factoring in the issues with, not even factoring in the issues with the cantilever bed. And Pandora's box doesn't have a cantilever bed. Hey, BT Cruiser. Welcome. I'm looking for my chamber thermistor. I don't know where it went. Are there any plans for a V0 Plus? Not currently. There are plenty of options in the printers for ants segment. Hex trays. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. Chamber thermistor. Total trouble for V0 is almost exactly one. Yes. You might get like 1 to 2 millimeters extra of what? Oh, on the V0, just in general. Okay, so this goes down here and then plugs into the bottom, and I will route this up into the cable chain when we get there. Do we have any LDO folks in here? It doesn't plug in. It doesn't plug in. So what's going on here is this is a JST XH plug. It looks like we're using a PH on the Nighthawk. So I think that was a little oversight that will not plug in. So we'll swap out that plug, but that's feedback I need to give to LDO on there. So we'll skip that for now. It's easy to add later. It don't plug in. That connector on the board looks loose. What connector? Oh, everything's okay. Typical. For the SB2240 CAN controller testing my patience. Yeah, those are too small. pH isn't bad. pH is down at the smallest that I think should be relatively doable for most people. Okay, we have two. Let's zoom out. Better views. So X cable chain. And let's get this popped open. All toolhead boards are using different connectors. It's all over the place. I agree. But this is a kit. That connector does need to be changed, and it needs to be given as feedback that that's a problem with the kit. So I need to remember to report that. Here, let me do that right now. There we go. That is reported, and I don't have to remember it now. Speaking of remembering things, I sincerely apologize to the last two Polymaker filament winners. I haven't sent that email. I will do that right after stream today. So I'll be sending all of them. So that's me being very scatterbrained lately. So this is going to go on here. This is going to go on here like this. So we are going to correct orientation. So we're going to take our cable for, this is the breakout board end with the microfit, and then XT30 plus 2 for the tool head side. So I'm going to plug this in. going to take this and the flathead and 3 flatheads, wherever those went. There they are. Normal number of probe samples with a clicky. What do you mean? What's a normal number of probe samples? Why building a bed swinger? Is that good? I like my Core XY printers. This is just another option. It's another printer in the fleet. It's different. Pedro. Hey, McFartrate. Okay, so I'm just going to put one thing on there so I can just leave this out. We're going to take this. Does this fit through there? It does. And this is the only cable that's going to go through here. So we can close this up now. Built 2 switch wires and had problems with the cable chain hitting the idler block at the top left when it maxes in the head all the way to the left. Yes, there is a dead space right here because of the cable chain. So you want to keep your tool head moving over here if you're at very max Z, or limit your Z height. There's no way around it. It's just the way the setup is. How many times should you sample a single location when using clicky for best accuracy? I think the 3 is typical, and that wouldn't be just clicky. That's kind of recommended for any, right? The foot area of the switch wire is nearly as big as the Trident 250. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the bed slingers are not space efficient. For sure. Okay, so that goes there. This is going to come over and connect to a T-nut on this extrusion, but I'm going to first get this lined over and zip tie to the end of the little wire management piece. Hey, Jen. Jen from Austria, welcome. Still use my inductive sensor. Mm-hmm. Would a cable sleeve like Prusa has help with the dead space? Cable sleeve. Yeah, if you ran an umbilical, the problem is keeping it away from here. If you went out the back, maybe? Can you? Oop. Maybe. That's an interesting idea. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I haven't looked at it closer to see if there's any concerns with that, but something someone might try. Might be a good, you know, where you get all the way up here. You just want to make sure you're going out at the right spot. Maybe. Oops, I forgot to put the other screw here to keep the cable chain straight. That goes there. One more zip tie. I like to put 2 zip ties on these. Oh, what do we have here? Pedro, thanks for the gifted memberships. Did I catch the last one? Pedro did it twice. Did I thank you twice? Thank you. lower back of the tool head. Maybe that's something to look at. Who is that? I like that idea. I don't know. It needs to be explored. Dr. Ronnie, the Nighthawk toolhead board is not. It was intended to be available about now, but they decided to add some protection circuits to the breakout board that's under the deck. The toolhead side of it doesn't need to change, but the other end of it, they want to add some protection circuitry to it, and that is going to delay it a little bit. This will work. The one we're installing here will work. It's just in very specific scenarios, there's a chance of causing something to blow. So. Okay, then I'm going to just set this here so we can move it, and we're gonna set the cable chain. So if we go here, can't get to the end, so we're gonna pull this further. We're gonna basically pull it this way until at the end of travel here, we're just almost touching the belts. And that's where that is right there. So when it hits the end of travel here, it's not quite touching the belts. Hey, Gentech. Are the printed parts made from glass fiber and reinforced ABS? Not on this. This is Polymaker's Galaxy Orange ABS. Maurice, thanks for being a member for 18 months. Happy belated New Year. Does anybody have any suggestions for a really deep purple in ABS or ASA? What is it? The Geomagnetic Mauve is a really cool color from Fusion. In that spectrum. Okay, so that's there. Now, does this line up? So this is a wire cover. This is one of my contributions to the project when this was being devved, is I modeled this. I want to check to see how it fits in, and it fits in just right. Exactly where that should be. Awesome. So now we're going to take our cable here, get a couple of zip ties ready. I'm so glad that so many people are feeling this color combo. This is probably the one that I had the most question on whether it was going to work out or not. Okay, so we're going to push this all the way in. We can go a little bit here and pull it all the way out. Oops, I need to tighten that. I forgot to tighten where that was. And it was, let's throw everything everywhere. It was pretty much where this lined up. So now I'm going to tighten this so it doesn't shift when I'm doing that. There we go. Okay, so now we're going to pull this tight, push it all the way, find the ends of travel, and somewhere in the middle there is going to be where that cable is going to follow the center line of this bend. You don't want it too tight, otherwise it's going to rub on the inside. You don't want it the other way, otherwise it's going to rub on the outside and put extra strain on the wires. So you want that right in the middle. Aaron, I didn't notice it's been 10 months. Thank you. Hey, Delvin. I think your message. Maurice. I don't see any moderated messages from you, Maurice. If it's a link or something like that, it won't even tell me that it didn't post. So try posting it again. If I don't even see it, then it's something that YouTube is moderating. Okay, so now with one there, I'm going to go back and forth here. find about the center of where that travel is and lock that down. For me, I would have gone orange and blue, but that's me. Well, the intent here is it's a tribute build. So I had an opportunity with an orange frame to do a tribute to Charlie, and that's why that's the origin of this color scheme. And I'm very glad I did, because I like it. Maurice, did you try to post again? Hey, Evil. Hey, Keith. Ryu's nephew, I guess last post from my uncle, first from me. 16 months. Thank you to you and your uncle. Okay, then this can come back here. It's got somewhat of a tight bend here. And another zip tie. There's a zip tie channel. Mexicans aren't cat paws. Funny. I think the Polymaker purple is a dark purple as well. When ordering, use the Steve Builds one in the description. Yes, there's an affiliate link for Polymaker in the description. I don't mention it often, but it is there in the description. Will you be reprinting the cat ear version of the CW plate? I need to look at it. I don't know. I think I just saw the pop-up of your message, Maurice, and that's very likely. If YouTube has had a trouble with the particular wording, it didn't tell me. It did not tell me. Okay, so that's there, zip tie there. Then this is gonna go down, but before I do that, let's put the Z chain on. So there is a lower Z chain mount that goes through here, and that's where the other, there's a T-nut in here that we didn't use yet. This time we use a 16 millimeter bolt, but I'm not going to put that in yet. I'm going to put the chain on first. Pop the links on this. Please stop talking down the color scheme that you would have used something different on this build. I think the Polymaker purple. Oh, I'm rereading stuff. Hey JH, this build reminds me of orange cream yogurt bars. Yes. Definitely orange cream vibes. Pop all the links here. Got to step away for a while. Let you know when I get back. Thanks, Bill. Have a good day if you don't make it back. I had mentioned to Bill, what was it? The Tuesday stream, we had 50 new Charlie's Angels members on Tuesday, between new members and gifted memberships. And I noted that only 8 of those were rejoins. So there were 42 new to the Charlie's Angels folks on Tuesday, which is awesome. I need to schedule this month's Charlie's Angels stream. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. Still not built my switchwire with parts ordered directly from Jason. Okay, so all of those are open. This is gonna bolt here and go up and down and bolt, oops. So we gotta flip around one of these. So that's okay. It's gonna go, they're fixed on both ends, so it doesn't matter which one we do. We talked about last time about a fixed end on these chains versus a loose end or a swivel end. If you have a one with either, when you're doing a cable chain here, you want the fixed end on the gantry side. Still need to do with a little imagination. You can see a cat on the front of the stealth printer. Absolutely love that the build that ends 2023 and first finishes in 2024 is a tribute build. Yeah. Jason will take some direct orders usually if there isn't a reseller in your area. That's the typical scenario. So check the resellers list. It's on this documentation page. Hey, Bruno. Thanks, Nargorot. Appreciate it. Okay, so this is going to go here, which means this one is going to need to be flipped. And since that microfit will fit in both ends, we can go ahead and do that. Speaking of which, put this guy up through here. And then I'm just going to close this up. Hey, Asgard. This is nice, having one wire basically going through the chains. Of course, crimping Teflon wire to these terminals only makes it harder. Yes, the PTFE and FEP, all of those make... I find the bigger issue is in stripping them. Okay, I am hoping that we have enough cable length here because it's awfully close. That chain only for the cable seems a little too overkill. I am liking the idea of exploring umbilical for this. Matter of if we get in the way of the back panel, I think there's enough room. I'm liking the idea. I'm pretty sure it's been brought up before, but I don't remember what points were made. So it probably needs to be revisited. And then I'm going to put this off of the printer on this side. And then we'll bend it down into place and we'll get all the wires anchored in all the spots. We have 442 people here. I think we should just right off up our goal to 400 likes by the 3-hour mark. I mean, with 440 people, there is no reason we can't make that happen, right? Is that not an XT30 anymore? It's an XT30 plus 2 right here. This side is a microfit. The breakout board side is a microfit. It's still an XT30 plus 2 on the tool head. And what I'm hoping is I have enough cable to pull this through as far as I can and still zip tie it right here. So we're gonna anchor that. You can see that right there. Love to see what you could come up with for umbilical and switch wire. I've been trying to do it for the last week, but I haven't quite gotten something I'm happy with. Printable deck panels for the switch wire on printables. Oh yeah, deck panels, I know people have printed those. I thought someone was talking about the rest of the enclosure. The rest of the enclosure would be interesting. But deck panels, yeah. People print them all the time. You do it in a few pieces and it works out okay. So, trying to keep this as tight of a turn here so I have the maximum amount of wire down underneath the deck. So that'll be right there. And then this is gonna bolt, that can go in there. Oh, we have to cut the end off of this. We're gonna cut part of the end off of this, so we still have something to mount to. So we're just gonna take our flush cutters straight across and cut that right there. Then I still have a spot to put a zip tie on. So let's go there. here. In my opinion, all printers should be going to CAN bus these days. It's getting more and more common. I agree. I think there should be the option available for non-CAN setups. T-nut here that I'm going to move back out of the way. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to move this through its range of motion. And I'm not actually going to be able to get to that. I'm going to be bending this cable too much, so I'm going to zip tie to the side of the chain instead. And this is fine. We just want to control the routing of that cable, and zip tying here on the side is going to be as effective as zip tying to the end. It's just I'm not going to put such a harsh bend on it to get to that zip tie mount. So I'm going to do the same thing here, all the way there, and somewhere in the middle we're going to put that, and then that locks that into place. So, and then that enters the deck panel here just fine. Pedro, thanks for the gifted memberships. 265 likes already, awesome. Wait, microfit on the breakout board, that kind of defeats the benefit of XT30 higher current rate. To a certain degree, how much current do you need to a hot end? And is a microfit plenty with overhead? And it is. I don't know the exact reasoning behind why they chose to do a that, but they did. Okay, and then this little cover can go on now. It should go right there. Set right in place. Line up the T-nut. There we go. Cable boards, I can't. I have an Ender 3 that I've considered turning into a Switchwire, but got a CNC router that I'm investing in upgrading instead. CNC is fun. Isn't there an LDO option for a toolhead board that is USB but not CAN bus? And that's the Nighthawk board, and that's what's in here. That's what we're using. The problem is the CAN bus documentation is so woeful and desperate that there is a painfully steep learning curve. It's getting better. It's way better than it was even just several months ago. So, can you run tap on this, or is the tool head too small? You can run tap, but it's not about the tool head or whatever. It's about the accessibility outside of the print area and the moving bed. So tap solutions usually have a servo that bring the tap mount down so that the tool head can pick it up, and then it moves the mount out of the way so it can do, and then it does its probing. Okay, that is all there. This can actually close up, and there is a special, where is it? LDO has made custom screws for the board that has an unthreaded spot here at the base of the head of the bolt, so that it basically threads into the plastic part and then spins, and then it'll stay there. So if we thread this in, now it'll stay there, and then we can screw it into the mount. There we go. What is the typical printing speed for a switchwire? That's a good question. I don't know what the max print speed you can get and still retain good quality is a question. What if you did dual rails on the bed for tap? There's definitely a dual rail solution that would stiffen up the bed. The question is, does it fit within the price point that we're trying to hit here? And then the other things like getting the bed wiring to it and the Y belt setup and tensioning. Now that's something, I made that myself on the bed. Nice. On the lathe. USB comms isn't as robust as CAN comms, and the overheads and inability to control the negotiation. Renegotiation won't be good for many solutions. I think there's probably, at the distances that we're using, they can get away with it. I don't think we're even thinking about the USB on like Phoenix. Okay, so that's on. Cable is run. Now we can go under the deck. That turned out pretty clean. That single cable thing, so. USB comms and clipper are more reliable than CAN. Isn't CAN FD? That's what Duet uses. Isn't that more of a traditional CAN setup? But the problem is you have to license it. Okay. Well, that's perfect. They located this here for a reason. The tool head wiring goes right into the breakout board here. And that's done. So this is the breakout board we've been talking about. This is the part that's getting a revision right now. That wire length is just perfect to plug in right there. And there's no other things needed. That's completely done. So now we need to plug in the power for it. And that's going to go straight to the power supply. Yeah, because CAN FD isn't free. Duet licenses it. Okay, back here. So we did all the tool head. We did the fan stuff. We've mounted all of our electronics. So we did that last stream. But the CAN FD license is in the hardware, so it would not affect any use, just the board makers, and a lot of them have CAN anyway. So you're paying one way or another, you're paying for it, right? Either by buying the chips that are licensed for it, but they're more expensive, right? The Pi is installed. I never put the heatsink on the Pi. Let me put that on there before I forget. Where did that go? Let's put the heatsink on the Pi. There's most of the newer boards do come with CAN FD capable chips now. Mello is even making an RP2040 based toolhead board for CAN FD. I have one. The idea is it's going to go on my solid fork. We're going to redo my solid fork with that board and rep firmware. Okay, so this guy goes on the Pi here. There we go. I had mentioned a link for getting the SKR Mini into DFU. I tried it and I wasn't able to make it work, and even SD card flashing was a pain. You have to double press reset flash with SD. I haven't looked. I know somebody, maybe, was it you, sent me a link. I figure we're just gonna follow along the instructions and I'll search for other documentation if we need it. Just got a switchwire frame, thinking of doing dual extrusion with a Manta M5P board. Is your slicer config available anywhere? For the dual extrusion stuff, my switchwire slicer config would not be considered complete. Okay, Pi's done. Power supplies are installed. Wago, now I modified it. I made this a 3, 3, and 5, and that is posted. So I modified that and I posted that on my Discord. So there's a little files channel on my Discord. Link to my Discord is in the description. But things that I don't feel are quite ready to put out on GitHub, I've been posting in there. So like the Mercury 1 display stuff is in there. I think one other thing is in there. Oh, the skirts, the front and rear grills for this, my modifications for the mesh are in there. And then that Wago mount is in there. I put it in there right before stream, so it hasn't been there long. Okay, so now we've installed that. AC inlet is in, and then we've placed all the electronics and the wire channels. And now we've been working on power. So we've got the main power going and DC power. So now we have the adapter is going to go over here. So SKR is there, and the Pi we've already powered. So let's power this guy. So how are we, can we get away with running this up into the channel? Yeah, I think we can. Okay. Let's move this further. This is 24 volt in for this guy. Let's do it like that. Hey, Lisa. Thanks for being a member. We are really close. We are probably really close to 1,000 members on the Discord. How many do we have? 982 members on the Discord. We're at almost 1,000. That's awesome. I should have checked your Discord first before I modified them myself. Well, the tutorial for that is in the Tridex Part 1 at about the 15-minute mark for anyone else who wants to learn how to do these skirts, or at least one method. One thing I notice and dislike about the LDO docks is they don't separate the mains Wagos from the ELV, which for safety would be a much better idea. ELV. Low voltage. Should be able to push some plastic today. Is that the goal? We'll see. We'll see how far we can get. That's the hope. I want to get through firmware configuration today. That's really a hope, but that's how you learned. Awesome. Nearly at 300 likes, and we're at 470 people. So, okay, there we go. I'm moving that label up. So this is going to go in here, and I think I might snip those just to make sure that they're fully, nope, I don't have to. They fully insert. Awesome. On the printed part, there is modeled in negative and positive, so that's handy. We're at 300 likes now at the hour and 20-minute mark. So we have an hour and 40 minutes to get to 400. Hey, Techie, did you add the chassis ground and put that in your notes for the revisions to send to LDO? Yeah, I'd already noted that we need a chassis ground on here. It is I talked about it. One of the first things I talked about on stream. Here's where I put it. A little star washer I don't have, but it did grind into past the anodizing right here. And I tested conductivity across the frame to various points, and it's there. So. Go down here. There we go. So now I think I'm going to take this up and around the power supply like I did for the Pi power. Come down here. I'm curious because I've always wondered, and maybe someone here, oops, came out of there because I didn't have it in the right spot. Didn't do the tug test on that when I put it in. There we go. Maybe someone would know, but I am curious what the impact of running AC wires next to DC wires like this can be. I've never seen or could attribute an issue to that, but I think someone mentioned that it would be a good idea to be separating them. There are definitely challenges in space once you try to find unique paths for everything. So I can see a problem with trying to make that happen. Maurice, thanks for the gifted memberships. Take that right into there. There, that's clean. There's a rock and roll band named after that exact problem. That's funny. DC power and AC power, I can't see any problems. Power plus data in the same containment can be an issue. And even then, I haven't seen it. We run AC for the bed on Trident up through the same chain as the thermistor and the end stop wires. There's some high frequency stuff that can cause problems with noise, so more filtering needs to be done. Yeah. Okay. That, I think everything is powered now. The SKR is powered, the Pi is powered, the tool head is powered, all the AC is powered. So that's where we should be, is right here. I've ran some of those up through the wire channel instead of down across, is all. All CAN and such are ran as different pairs, so noise is not a problem. We haven't seen a problem, so it's probably not a problem. Turn it on, turn it on, turn it on. We did turn it on. Well, we checked the power supply outputs a stream or two ago. Check all the connections we made so far. Check the following picture for what the wiring connection at the Wago terminals looks like. Yep, everything's in there. Just a general conversation. There was one guy on a social media platform 2 years ago that was going to the extreme to tell everyone that the way we all wire these printers is bad. What about it was bad? I remember a few different conversations along those lines. Some of them civil, some of them not. Let's check the connections made of the 5 volt. So we checked all of these. We checked power outputs. Everything should be okay. Heated bed. Okay, so now heated bed is going to go up through here. So let's get these going. So take them around my ground wire I'd put in here. Up along here. They're actually having us exit here, which is probably, yeah, okay. So I'm gonna find a spot in the chain here to exit. Oops. Got a piece of the, there we go. Exit here, and then it kind of follows along those, and then goes up into the bed output, which is this one here. See you, Nathan. I don't think we'll be here when you wake up. At least I hope not. Do you have any experience with a belt-driven Z on Trident? I do not. I'm a firm believer that Trident works well with lead screws. Doesn't mean that you can't have fun with mods, but I'm fine with lead screws. Hey, Christopher. It wasn't civil, it got ugly. Spoke with him for a bit, too technical. Should be working on my Jubilee. Jubilee's a cool printer. I've seen someone at Murph has had one the last couple of years there. You want to build a Trident with ball screws? No, but you can probably look to the Hevort project for lots of experience with that type of printer with ball screws. There we go. That's going there. Hey, Juan Carlos. The polarity on these does matter for the bed because of that LED. Tug test. Is there a Phoenix-sized Trident in the works? No. I don't want to know what the Phoenix Z will be capable of. Me too. I need to get mine done. I'm stalled. Hold this. I'm stalled by the. Let's go here. There we go. Okay. I'm stalled by needing to video it. Seem like a person who enjoys stock engineering over modifications to add unexplored variables. I've historically been the opposite, but as I get older, that seems to be changing. I think there are a lot of really cool mods out there. There's so many that I find it distracting and hard to focus when I get too heavily involved in them. You will see me using mods in certain areas and having fun with them. But in general, I like to show that you don't have to, because there's a lot of folks out there that have more fun with the mods, but you don't have to mod many of these printers for them to work well. You're not working hard enough. How much does a Phoenix bed weigh? It's 300 spec beds. So, or 4. It's 4 300 spec beds. Do you have any recommendation for a nozzle brush for Trident? I don't use one, so I don't. Stalled by needing video edit? No, just stalled by needing to take a large enough chunk of time, set up the cameras, and have enough things to do an hour to 3 hours of content at a time. I don't want to set up all the cameras and do 20 minutes worth of something. 333 likes already. Nice. Phoenix needs a bigger brother with 3 tool heads, and you can name it Cerberus. Will you do a V2 with tap changer? It's not in the plan. Literally everything else, I'm going for a legacy build worth it. Figured I'd need to buy a frame, but have about literally everything else going. I liked my legacy when I was using it. It worked well. So if you're gonna have fun with it, it's another fun build. I have a nozzle brush on my printables page. I stopped using nozzle brushes, popped my Euclid LED by accident with it. Oh, yeah, you got to be careful. Okay, bed thermistor. Thermistor comes up through here. Go on, same, similar area. And into here. We're gonna plug it into the thermistor port on the printer, which is, looks like the second one from the end. TB, yep. TB right there. So then put this down, and then I just loop this back to use up any extra wire in the channel. Push that in there. There we go. Is there a CNC version of the boot mod? I don't think so. I don't think yet. Give it time. Looking forward to building Tridex. For me, much better option than a Phoenix. Definitely in the size. Okay. So the final result should look like this. We've got thermistor connecting the XZ stepper motors. So we're gonna go through those. So let's go back here and get the top side of these done. So XZ stepper wires are in the stepper wire box, and there's some little label tags here, so we're going to use those. Okay, are these the same length? We have 3. Oh, we got Y. Okay, so let's see which ones are of different. Okay, so those are different lengths. So 2 of them are the same length and 1 of them is longer. So the longer one is going to be the X stepper, right? Yep. The longer is going to be X because it has a further distance to travel. Okay, so this one here, the X, Y, X. I'm just going to push this marker on the toolboard side because that's really the side we care about. And then this is going to need us to loosen, probably loosen the panel screws here so I can lift this enough to push this guy under here. Oops. Push that under there. I did the opposite side. That's fun. I did it the opposite end of what I wanted to. Let's do this again. Give myself a little more room. One of my 2 messages was ruled by YouTube, but no idea why. Can you check? I don't see why, Phil. YouTube doesn't give me a report on the ones that it auto mods. Unless someone can tell me where I can find a report like that, I'm not aware of YouTube giving a way of checking to see why something was auto-modded. Where is that tag? There it is. Okay. Pulled through. Hey, Jerry. And then we're going to kind of bend this down to where it goes straight down and then plugs into the stepper here. And then that'll keep it out of the way. Now there's no rubbing across for the cable chain here. It would just touch it, but it never slides against it. It's just as the cable chain comes past here, it just kind of sets into place. So even if this was out and touching the cable chain, it's not really going to cause a problem. I got muted on Grant's stream just because I said I'd been trying to print Dutch shoes, but kept you didn't get muted. You got pinned. I saw that, John. I saw that. Hey, Zarp. You get any luck with your timer too close there? I kind of ran out of ideas and I was traveling. So, okay, Z side labeled. And let's put this screw back. Muted, then pinned. Still want to do a legacy with a Trident frame. Seems like a good start with an upgrade path. Make sure all these are tight now. Yep. Okay, let's loosen this one. Don't think I'll need to loosen this one. Just get in there. Seems like mentioning that river in Brazil is the problem. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, where is it? Here we go. Which way does that want to go? Z stepper goes that way. I think it'll be fine going this way. We'll find out. Ow. This down. And plug into here. Okay, so those are in. Now we can turn it back over. Welcome back, Asgard. Okay. Here is Z stepper, and there there is a lot of extra wire here. I wonder if I can just loop this all the way around. Let's go here, through here, up here, and then into the wherever they want to plug in the Z. Looks like it's the third one. So right there. What do we got? Am I missing anything? I just tightened the last screw on my Trident. Awesome. Okay, so that's going to go here, I think, and then I'm going to use a zip tie mount probably to lock that in there. Jeez. Wires. This one is going to go around up through the main chain over here, up through here, and then around to, this is X, so this is going to go to the end. Which one? This goes here. And this one goes all the way to the end. That one's almost not long enough, but it's just right. If Voron was a commercial product, there would have been a large PCB to connect things around. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And then the last one is Y. That's going to plug in to the Y stepper. Right there. Come into the cable channel and all the way here. And I'm going to make a loop here in the cable channel to take up some of that extra length. Not much, maybe just a little loop. This one plugs in right here. Right like that. These are basically going to get all tied together right there. LDO Switchwire has dedicated 5 volts. Yeah. Yep, right here. Supposed to be cooking for the fam, but feeling lazy and sipping coffee and hanging with my fave peeps. I'm a bad man. I wouldn't call you a bad man. Are those 2 color skirts a color change or 2 pieces put together? They are a color change. Okay. Go back here. We got XZ. Final results should look like this. Now there are some, let me see if I have them. There are little 30-30 cable tie clips. I'm going to put a couple up here and get these in place. So this just snaps in, hopefully, assuming my print settings were reasonable for them. There we go. And let's get some cable management here. What is the big extrusion behind me? Big extrusion behind me. Oh, this guy? This is Voron Phoenix. This one I'm going to put behind here. And get the marker closer. Okay. I can put a zip tie through here. Maybe move this over a little bit, put a couple of them. There we go. Huge for the new shed. That would monopolize the space in my new shed. It's not going in there. Get another one of these. Put it over here. Goes right like that. These 2 go on here. That's there, that's there, that's there. That goes under there. I think we're getting close. Need to print a sign on that thing telling newcomers what it is, but then it wouldn't be engagement. All the engagement. Okay, we make all the USB connections. So we have, okay, so we have a, let me see where all my USB cables are. Should have a few of them. We have a cable here, which is USB-C. which would be the tool head. Tool head USB goes right here. Let's put that. It work to put that underneath there and kind of hold those wires in place? Yes, it will. It comes down here. Up here, and then plugs in right there. That's the tool head USB. That kind of cleans that up a little bit. Switchwire is good for beginners. Yeah, Switchwire is a good beginner printer. It's an easy build. There's not a lot to it. There's not a lot of things that you really have to worry about aligning. Not new, been about before and currently lurking. Heard what it is, but hey, engagement. Exactly. Now we have another one for the SKR. Is that in the SKR box or, oh no, that is this guy. So there's a nice, oh no, where in the world did that come from? It's a right angle here and a USB-C. That's not USB-C. Where is this going? Oh, do I have this backwards? I wonder if that is the, here, let's find out. I wonder if this one was supposed to be the tool head USB. No, they're both straights. Do I have another cable around here somewhere? Well, I've got the blue cable that came with the SKR. That one's not long enough. Unless I went like this, which could happen. That's probably the way to do it. Don't see any other cables, so that's probably the way to do it. Hey, Joe. I still think a Wi-Fi tool head could work. Okay. I think, I don't, unless I'm missing and can't find a wire, I think this will be fine. So this is just the blue cable that came with the, it is a larger head on here. So let's loosen the pie, shift this down a little further, and plug it in here. And then we can move this up as far as we can, and then it can come up. Actually, it'll come in behind these, and that'll kind of hold those in place. It's going to plug in directly right here, and that seems pretty good. Put that up right behind, right there, and then this can push up a bit and plug in there. That'll work. I just bought some unmanaged switches for home, going wired wherever possible. Not a bad idea. Still need power cable to tool head, so 2 extra wires doesn't seem such a problem. Yeah, you have to run power anyway. I don't know if I should, if I've gotten mixed in with other things, a different USB cable for this, but I think I have it all. Anything over here? No. Night hot tool head board. I don't know what this one is for. I'm pretty sure this came in the kit and it's not it. So maybe another note on making sure the correct USB cables are in, but I do have everything included that I needed. This blue cable is working. Okay. Then I have room to get to the SD card there, and there. So are we almost done? Am I missing anything? Connecting, okay, so LCD, PCB fan, and LED cable. So LED is gonna wait until we put the, LED is going to wait until we put the enclosure together, which won't be this stream. But the PCB fan has to go here. I might wait on this one too, because I have a mount that I use to put this in. There is not room to put VHB here. And is the idea here to put VHB? Yeah, use VHB tape to install the 60/20 fan. Oh, you VHB it to the extrusion. Could do that. But I kind of like the idea of using my printed part too. That would go right there. Nah, let's do it the way they expect us to. Let's do it the way they expect us to. So let's grab some VHB. Is there no music today? There should be. And it's at the same volume as it always is. Okay, so I'm probably just gonna run 2 strips of VHB along here, even though the contact point is going to be very variable, very variable. But it'll hold it in place and give it some vibration. One of the advantages to using VHB over my mount is vibration damping is non-existent in the mount I usually use. So a little bit there. It's inaudible if it is running at your end. Really? Steve, could you talk a bit about the end wire? Ender wire? Is that what you're talking about? Did you sand at the end of extrusion and contact points? Or are you talking about the ground wire or the protective earth wire for the frame? I did not. But the blind joint bolts I've got continuity here, and they tend to be enough to create that circuit. Okay, so this is gonna go up in here. So I wanna slide this against the I kind of want to hold this side, I think, make sure that this is exactly on, because there's no gap here, because it's a 60mm extrusion and a 60mm fan. So it's got a VHB to the extrusion. People hear it fine. It's all over the place. There is continuity the rest of the frame. Yep. I hear the music now with my headset on, wasn't wearing it before. Yeah, and the music is supposed to be just kind of a hint in the background, just so it's not silent. Okay, so now this is gonna go up along here. So I'll reuse, I'm gonna use a couple more of these anchors. So fans here, snap in a couple of these anchors so that we can zip tie it out of the way, something like that. And actually, one of the nice things about these zip tie anchors is I think I could just kind of run this in the extrusion slot, not even have to zip tie them. So I think I'll do that. Then I don't have to undo what I've already done. Ah, come on. There it is. You think 2209s and 24 volts is good enough for Tridex? Yes, it is. Doesn't seem like a printer would be trying to push limits on. Exactly. Yep. Do I have a Spotify playlist? No. I am the least musically inclined person, or one of the least musically inclined person you're likely to meet. I have music here because I do like to have a background music, and I have a preference in the type of music that I typically listen to, but I don't. For some reason I've got Lady Gaga's Bad Romance in my head this morning. Okay, fan is gonna go into, what fan? Fan 0 port. Use VHP, plug the fan cable into fan 0 port of the SKR Mini. Okay, so we're gonna go into fan 0, which is the second one over, oddly. There we go. FedEx just showed up with my Trident panels from Printed Solid. Awesome. Is it jazz? No. I'm musically declined. Yes. I am not a fan of country music in general. Just about anything else is reasonable. Part of that is probably I grew up in a part of California that is huge country area. Okay. Touchscreen is going to go through there. So let's put the touchscreen on, I suppose. I'm going to have to cut a hole in the thing, but let's get the touchscreen going because that's exciting. What about Eagles? Technically a country band. So part of this musically declined thing is I couldn't tell you what an Eagles song is, or if you had me hear a song and then told me it was the Eagles, I could put those two together, but I couldn't tell you right now what they produce. Okay, so we have that and that for display mounts. I think that's it. We're gonna need these two. Oh, we can use these two right now. We can put covers on. This one. This one didn't. There we go. There we go. Nice. Idiom and trance. Nancy, I'm so happy I'm not alone in my musical ignorance. Oh yeah, have never been musically inclined. Very declined. 364 likes, 465 people. We'll get there. We've got an hour. Why not having a cooling fan at the back? Well, in this configuration, it's completely blocked. And the Pi is right here. So this is going to get enough peripheral cooling to take care of stuff. The power supply has its own fan. Yeah. Even some country songs are okay, hard to believe, but true. I would not dismiss the idea that there are probably some country songs that I would like, but in general, I do not turn on a country station on the radio. So. I grew up I mean, my teenage years were in the 90s, so lots of 90s alternative. These have, I think, are these little capped on plugs for keeping solder out of them when they do their reflow, do they do splash, what do you call it, the splash flow on these? I'm gonna pull these all off. Hey, Andres. Yes, exactly, don't knock it. I recognize those names. And I probably could actually name a song or two. For the wash, yeah. Wave solder, that's the term I wasn't remembering. That's the term. I got enough fingernails right now that it wasn't too bad to do that. So let's figure out how, do they have any documentation on how this thing's supposed to go together? No, not at all. So I suppose, okay, so if we just kind of reason this out, there's probably a heat set that goes there. And I think that's the only heat set. And I think this probably goes through there. There is another piece I'm missing, but let me get the heat set in here. See you, Evil. Have a good one. When do you recommend a printer tear down and serviced? I'm doing it now with my V0 at 1,000 hours of use. I don't know. I kind of, when things aren't printing well, then I start investigating why, and kind of snowballs from there. I just put the screws through the Kapton. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Should never come over the edge of the board. Thank you whoever gifted the membership. Cannot scroll up to check who it was. It doesn't tell me in any of the logs either who memberships, or it tells me who gifted memberships, but not who got them. It only says in the chat log. Okay, that is heated up. Here's a heat set. And here, and my little station, my press is not in service, so. I gotta order a Pine-Sol and set that up on the press. I think that's what I'm planning, my plan for it. Almost to 400. Nice. Okay. There is another part that I don't know that I know I printed it, but I think I lost it. There's a little part that goes in here to give buttons to press on the switches that are on the, it looks like light plus and minus. So this is probably a brightness control on this Big Tree Tech. This is a Pi TFT 43, so a 4.3 inch touchscreen. So let's see how this is going to go together. This is going to need the display and buttons over there, so I think this just goes in. Oh, that is tight. I think this just goes in here. There are a couple of ribbon cables right there that I don't want to pinch, so I'm gonna push this out from the back and start over. Just paying attention to what I'm doing here. This is a tight fit. Could use a little, especially if it's being screwed to this, I think a little extra clearance in this part is a good idea. I don't want to pull on the screen because, there we go. Okay, so now I'm going to start on this side to get those hopefully get those. Oops, I can't start on that side because then I'm pushing on the switches there. Okay, scratch that. Let's get back on here. And I'm just gonna push these in when I push this through there then. Very tight fit. Be careful of the switches. Also, they're easy to tweak with those tight mounts. Yeah, absolutely. I noted that. Okay, so I don't have, there's a little printed piece that goes in here to make it easier to hit those switches. I know I printed it. I don't know where it is. But it would normally go in there. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere here. Danny, thanks for the gifted memberships. How long should I expect the umbilical on a picobilical to last? And my first wire break, really? I can't say that I have enough hours, that many hours on one of mine, but I would not expect them to break. Check with your LDO reseller, because that doesn't seem normal. Okay, so that goes there. The display ribbon cable is going to plug in here. This is going to probably set on here and then bolt to the front of the printer. Yeah. So let's get the ribbon cable on. And I wish they had this picture of, because these ribbon cables are always a challenge to figure out which way they go. Now I think it's blue up. I think on here it's going to be, is it going to be blue up or contacts up? Ah, there. That goes there. Is it blue up or contacts up? Gabs Labs, thanks for gifted memberships. Used to do music photography as a sideline. I spent quite a bit of time in press pits. Nice. Contacts down. So blue up. Blue up. So that goes there, and then that little tab folds back in place. So on these, there's a little black tab, and that folds up. Some of them push out and then push in to lock in. Some of them flip up. So you flip that up, put this in, and then push that down, and that locks it in place. I can't really see that well for which side the pins are, and it's hard to tell. But we will find out if this works or not. Now, how long of screws do we need here? We're going to try some M3x8s and see if we make it all the way through to the actual display mount. Are they M3s or are they 2.5s? Are there special screws in the mount for these? On my TFT5, the contacts were up. See, that's so frustrating on these. Why are they so different? I bet you that's what these M2.5x8s were for. I bet you that's what these are for. We were wondering what these were for in the build. I bet you this is exactly what they're for. These are the 1.5 millimeter driver. Yep, to match the holes in the Pi 4B. That makes sense. And the Pi, any of the Pis. Yep, that mystery is solved. M2.5s. Only 9 more likes to 400. Nice. Do I see 450? Do I hear 450? Misery, mystery, yep. Okay, so that's on, and then this is going to mount right here with a screw through from the back, but I also need to open up the, so let me see if I can get a view over here. So on the front of the machine, I filled in with this grid pattern, so I'm gonna cut this one out right here to run the ribbon cable through. So I'm just gonna grab my X-Acto knife and attack it. Here, an orange hobby knife to match the orange printer. Oh, we're at 4. Awesome. I'm gonna have to start aiming for 500. I still like the 300s. Keeps me realistic. We have almost 500 people here though. Almost 480 people. All come with only a couple of OEM factories. Unless you're Waveshare, Samsung, or Apple, you aren't going to get your own board design. I'm going to call it a bit early tonight. See ya, Andres. Looking at pictures, it looks like it should be contacts up. Uh-oh. What pictures? Are there more pictures? Yeah. Is there anywhere else where they... Oops, I'm just kind of scrolling through here. Is there anywhere else where they showed? We're getting a nor'easter today. 12-inch and counting so far. Wow. Here, we can also try BTT. What do we call this thing? It's the, where is it? TFT 43 GitHub. Touchscreen hardware. So we want the TFT 43. This is the version 2.1. Version 3, Pi TFT 43, 2.0, but that's probably close enough. Let's go hardware, and looks like a user manual. Check Discord, someone posted an image. Is that from the, is that for specifically this? Let's see. Let's look at the manual. Oh, well, come on, Big Tree Tech. If you're gonna have a manual, let's give us a little better idea on how to connect it. I see the picture. Is that a TFT 43? The Pi TFT 43? See what this file is. No, that's just display. Yeah, that's just a step file. If this build is meant to be a Charlie Memorial, you might change the print head to a dragon burner with cat ears. I've heard that many times. PFT is more expensive than the Pi for some reason. Sometimes we can find, I believe there is an SPE. What is that? I wonder if we can find this. Oops, that's not what I want. There we are. BTT Pi TFT 43. See if they have any. Sometimes there's pictures on. Oh, that's where you got that picture. This is the picture that someone posted in Discord. So I think we will go with it then. Let's find. I mean, worst case is we have to redo it, but I think I can fit my finger in there and undo it, and then flip this around. There we go. Separate page on LDO docs. Really? Well, let's find out. Often we can go into back to root and go to guides and touchscreen setup. Let's see if it's in the touchscreen setup for Clipper. Hardware setup. Oh, FFC cable orientation. Good job, LDO. Correct orientation of FFC cable is very important since these ribbon cables have no polarity and can be plugged in from either side. Usually the best way to identify the orientation is look for the side that has metal contacts on the PCB connector. It's hard to see on some of these. That's a pretty fine pitch in a covered connector. So Raspberry Pi, the metal contacts on the FFC cable face forwards here with the blue tab in the back. So we'll know that. WaveShare 4.3 capacitive touchscreen, the BigTreeTech Pi TFT screen. So yes, contacts up. There we are. Chris Slider didn't install that display. He stated contacts are up. Yep, and we're confirming, and this is good. Something to note here is this root here and guides. That doesn't give me a main page to this, but if you go to root on the LDO documentation and go to guides, the link doesn't change. Maybe I can just get the guides part of it here. This, hopefully that link works, is lots of additional information on the stuff. And there's things like rotating the touchscreen information. I've run into issues where you have to tweak some of these depending on which Pi you're using or whatever, but that is good info. Okay, back to, I'm gonna cut out this area. So let's just get in here and just cut the infill out. This is not taking much to do. Oops, I hit, it's not going to be visible. There we go. Just cut the infill out. Chris had a good video on that display. Nice. I like Chris's stuff. Chris is a good guy. Chris and Jackie. Not found? Okay. Just go to get rid of the rest of it, just docs.ldomotors.com, go to the root, and then there's guides there. Which screen do you recommend for my Trident, preferably larger touchscreen? It depends on the mount you can find. Choose your screen based on the mount, a good mount you can find for it. I like these 4.3-inch displays. They're large enough. So, okay, and then I'm going to go in here, probably from the backside here, and just clean up make it a little cleaner. There we go. No rough edges. No rough edges now. I never use my glasses and have big fingers. If you can find I'm very much about how well they can be mounted. And for me, the 4.3s are large enough to be able to use. And yeah. Where's the baggie for these? Keep these in the bag so I know what size they are. Hey, Collie. Welcome. Okay, so now I have a hole here that I can mount the display through, and then what size screw is this going to be? Is it going to be a 12? Let's throw a screw up through here. that goes through. So, where are you? There we go. 12 is not long enough. Okay. Push that back out. 12 is not long enough. Let's see, we have a 16. 12 was close, so maybe a 16. Where did you find the STL for the white mesh behind the skirts? So this is, I made this based on the instructions that I presented in the Tridex. Yeah, that'll work. It sticks out here just enough to capture, hopefully capture that. It might need to be it might be better to be a 20, actually. Now that I look at it, I'm gonna put a 20 in there. M3 by 20. It sticks through, but I think a 20 is gonna stick, it's gonna work better. Anyway, in the Tridex part 1, about 15 minutes in, I gave a tutorial on this. However, for all of these, I did publish these on my Discord in the files channel, so you can find them there. 25. Do I have by 20 fasteners? It should. There's 20s. I made my own mount for the 7. I can tell you from experience, 10.1 screws are too big for our use case. The Fusion 360 instructions to create the mesh is pinned in that video. Yeah. But for this particular build, I did publish. Now for Trident and V2, on my GitHub are published the side, the fan mounts, because those don't quite follow the instructions. You have to do some other stuff to make them look good. What I should do, and is make a put on my GitHub the things that I do for each build. So, for instance, this will have this should have like the Wago mount and the skirts and my config. Okay, so that goes right there. Now the screen comes with 2.5 M2.5 screws, but they're not nearly long enough. So that's why the kit came with some. There are mesh skirt downloads on printables as well. Thanks for demonstrating that in the Tridex build. Let's put those on all printer sets. Nice. Okay. So that's my little, this is what I'm using as a spacer because it tends to hold the printer level here. Now this is going to go just basically straight here. So this is one where you pull the little tab out instead of flip. And then this is just barely long enough, but it does work. And then push it in. There we go. And then that can just hang. That can just hang there, and it's fine. Right there, right there. I'm gonna do something else here. Let's back off. Pull it out here. I'm going to flip it. I'm going to try flipping it back into here on this mount. There. Not pulling that tight, but just getting it toward it. There we go. And then into here. Okay, display is on. That would take a lot of time. Yeah, my Format V0 GitHub is turned into half built. log, half documentation. Yeah. Okay, so I basically just looped it back around to go underneath this orange part of this display frame, just so it doesn't have a tendency to stick out the side as much. I think if we set this up and get a view here, you see, even as it is, it kind of sticks out here, so I can kind of bend that in that way. So that's fine though. Post a link in the stream chat. Oops, we're not ready yet. We're not ready yet. Never mind. Where are we at now? Are we? Let's go back to documentation and revC wiring guide. 512 people here now. Wow. Can we hit 500 likes? 500 likes in 3 hours? We hit 300 likes in 2 hours on Tuesday. I think we hit more than that, didn't we? Okay, keep going, keep going. Where did we leave off? I think we're done wiring. I think we're ready to get on to the next part. Connecting the LCD. Software setup. So final touch-ups with all the connections completed. We now cover the wire ducts and tie up any exposed bundles of wire. Yep, we're good. Now that's interesting. Did I install this thing backwards? Because that cable is coming out from that side of the display. That's opposite of what I did. Let's see. Let's go back to Voron Switchwire kit. Yeah. Yeah, if you look, the thick part of the display is up on theirs. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, so I did this wrong. I'm gonna have to redo it. I like having the thick part of the display low. However, the brightness buttons are up here. You can't get to them. We got to flip this around so you could get to them from the bottom. I could just flip the orientation. Actually, you wouldn't have to flip the orientation because this is the default setup for these displays. This is the upright orientation. However, I can't get to those brightness buttons. So I should flip this around, which really sucks because I cut the grill right there. I'll have to cut the grill in a different spot. At least you can't see it. But I did put this on wrong. There wasn't, that could probably be cleared up in this wiring guide, is what orientation. So we'll know that there's one there, yes, but that's fine. How often are you going to adjust the brightness? I still want to do this per the build. Let's do it. It won't take very long. This won't take very long. Pull this off. You need to have access to brightness buttons. People use these videos as guides. Oops, wrong driver. It was a button head. If I know you, you're going to reprint it anyway. No, I'm actually not. All I have to do is flip this piece around. This is easy. This is easy. Just print this piece around. I don't have to take it out of the, it's in the correct orientation in the natural piece. Hey 3D print junkie, welcome. Welcome to the rebuild section of the stream. Hey, Dr. Dave. Finally got a break from robotic stuff to drop in and check out the progress. Awesome. What time is the giveaway? In 29 minutes plus 3 seconds. Yeah, a key in the part wouldn't be a bad idea. An indexing feature. Maybe add an annotation to the stream at the point where you start to do the screen. People follow along, don't make the same mistake. The problem when I edit a stream is it loses the chat. And although I do an overlay, I do everything I can to try not to lose the chat log. Tuxedo, thanks for being a member for 11 months. There we go. Okay, now this is going on this way. This is going to go through here. And this is going to go through here. Oh, where is that? There we go. Watch twice, cut once. Yes. Okay, there it is. Now we can we're on to software. Collie, thanks for being a member. Why do all your builds look so good? Jealous. Just taking the time, go through the process. Try not to take too many shortcuts. That's probably good right there. Does a PSU have dual bearing? I don't know. I know some of these can be loud. Yeah, absolutely. I know some of the Meanwells can be loud. This is a Mornsun. There we go. Now it's coming out that side. It's in the right spot. I could get to the buttons if I actually put the little piece in there. See you, John. That's an ender conversion. I also had to redo almost all the stuff I did yesterday. Mainly X and Z chains were backwards. Oops. Hey, Taijin. Okay, let's go back and get into software setup. So now we've completed hardware wiring. It's time to move on to software setup. So we want to use the Pi Imager. There we are. Let me open up the Pi Imager, and oh, yep, it needs a new version. So let me update it. Let me update it real quick. Download, save, run it. Second. Install. There's a screen on the side because of the length of the ribbon. I don't think so, because those can be purchased in different lengths. Finish that install. Okay. Pi Imager is on, so that's there. But I think the display is on the side because the door handles go here in the center, and there's not really enough room without changing the angle quite a bit. And this is at a pretty decent angle, I think, or changing the size of the screen. So putting it on the side gives the door handles enough room. So what are they telling us to do as far as setup? Raspberry Pi OS Lite, are they telling us to go in? Okay, so this is basic setup. There isn't a lot in terms of installing Clipper. I want to check something here. Let's go to the fluid docs. Let's go to the fluid docs. We were talking about fluid earlier, so let's open the fluid docs in a new tab. I want to see what level of documentation they have for a manual install of fluid. Let's see. Let's get started. The recommended way to install fluid is to use Kiao. How do you say that? I really like the WaveShare 3.5 mount for the Switchwire. I want a manual installation. Yeah, let's do this. Let's give it a try. I think it's a good idea. So let's put the Pi image on. Let me find the card for it. Kia. At least their Fluid Pi OS is end of life since like 1 year or so. Yeah. I recommend installing Mainsail OS and using Kia to install Fluid. I talked about this before. Kia is cool. I don't like to use it. I don't like to use it because, you've seen before, I like to know the process. And Kia is a good automated system for installing things. But I want to go through the manual process. It is not a knock on Kia at all. I don't like to do it or that process. Okay, so we are going to put Raspberry Pi OS on here. So let me get the SD card it came with plugged into the computer. Using this was a giveaway or a handout at the rep festivals, but a cool little USB-C or USB SD card reader. Fluid is very difficult to install. I have the same. Kia is the best way. I want to give this a try. We can always re-image to another, to the baked in Mainsail, but I want to give this a try. I want to make this more complicated on myself. Take another look at the manual install instructions. You have to build before loading onto the Pi. It uses Node. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Oh No Coho. Let's look at the documentation. Fluid comes with a build script, which automatically transpiles and bundles the source code. Every Fluid release has a pre-built package available in the GitHub releases. To manually build Fluid, make sure you have Node.js and Git installed. You can follow these steps to build Fluid repository. Couldn't LDO easily send pre-flashed SD cards that are ready to go with the basics Switchwire setup? It changes so frequently though, that's tough. To manually make sure you have Node.js and Git installed. Do they have info on how to install Node.js and Git? So clone the fluid source code, navigate to the fluid, install the dependencies. Is that what that does? Please note that building on a Raspberry Pi isn't supported as of now due to hardware limitations. If you'd like to serve your fluid installation from a Raspberry Pi, please build it on a PC and copy it over? What? I'm gonna back out. I'm gonna back out of this. I promise that we will go through. I'll learn this a little more, but I'm gonna back out of what I said. We're going to. We got a Pi 4. I'm gonna back out. Specific purpose, OS, 3D printing, and main cell. I will give fluid its due, I promise. But I don't want to get into a situation that's going to push this to 6 or 7 streams. And this is really something that I think fluid should be looking at. Let's just go 32-bit and onto here. So I would like to do this, and I want to do it the manual way, but I don't want to get into a thing that's going to push us further. Fluid Pi, they say they don't recommend. And if there's a requirement to build this on a PC and then move it over, I haven't done that. I'd like to get familiar with it before I go over the setup. Yeah, I don't know what I'm getting into here, and I don't want to overextend on that. Now, where is, there we go, edit settings. So there used to be, you had to hold down a button and press next or something like that. Here we can edit settings. I'm gonna set this to VS orange. No, I'm gonna set this to, what am I gonna name this? VS orange would be my standard naming convention. Why do you install the 3rd version of Pi? Why is it recommended? More things seem to be, compatibility seems to be more smooth, and this is a 1 gig Pi. It's fine. I just installed RP and install Clipper fluid with, and I don't want to use Kia, whatever, however you say it. I like that. I like that. Charlie Wire. I'm gonna set the username and password. I set Pi. Okay, good. Oh no, it does show the first letter. So let me get it over here. Get my normal password, wireless LAN, SBNet. I think it's probably going to do the same thing here. Yep. I want to put it over here and then not show the password. There we go. David Stuff, Maker Guru, thanks for becoming a member. Ginger Wire, I like it. I'm gonna leave it at Charlie Wire. Shouldn't you be using text file and DD to image? You know, it's funny, I tell you, I don't want to do scripted processes, and I'm doing a scripted process here. Not everyone is power user, even Linux savvy. Q makes it more beginner. Is that Floyd? I 100% agree. 100%. Who else has gone through the manual process on a stream? I'd like to do that, and I like to do that for myself. Yeah, wireless and country. Yep, I'm getting there. US And we'll just leave the local settings. What do we got? SSH, and I think that's it. So save, and yes, all existing data erased. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. It's like knowing how to do long division. Build time is over 2 hours, so you'll need something to do during that time. Yeah, I want to do this off camera first before I try that on camera. But really, the fluid folks need to get it included here. Really do. I mean, I've said over and over, I don't have a preference between the two. I run it on both printers. It's just I haven't done a new install because of what's required to do that. If you get it on here, then it's going to be far more used. This is a Pi 4. If you install the XN stop on the stealth burner tool head, does the switch lever face up or down? Does it make a difference? I like it to face down. I like it where it's least likely for me to catch it when I'm working on the printer. I know a lot of the XY end stop pods have it in an area where if you reach to the back of the printer, you can catch it and bend it or cut yourself. I don't like the way it's set up on most of those. I think it should be the reverse. If you reach into your printer, it should not be in a position where it's going to catch your hand. Oh, 474 likes. Nice. 12 minutes left for 26 likes. Ah. When, if you choose to build Node and Git, look at using Chocolatey to do the install management. Okay. $536. Whew. 74. Am I almost out of coffee? Nice cold coffee. Seven. Oh, what else? Oh, where's my mouse? Fluid build me on member stream with adult beverages and a printer service. You know, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea for this month's Charlie's Angel is do a manual fluid build. It's a smaller audience, a smaller pool of people all giving their input at once. Cold coffee, no thank you. I'm pretty tolerant of my coffee. Verifying. Watch it compile for 2 hours. Like I said, Kiao is cool. It automates things. If it's smooth and works, fine. But I want to know the process. I like to do it that way. How large an SD card are you using? I didn't even look at what it came with. I didn't even look. And the other thing is, we haven't done that either. So don't forget, we need to go through the SKR setup and make sure all the jumpers are correct before we move forward. Where is there they are. The SKR doesn't come with a SD card either. It has some jumpers here. What size do you recommend for the SD card? Well, in general, anything that you're gonna buy at a reasonable price is gonna be big enough. you're going to have a hard time finding something smaller than 8 gigs. 16 and 32 are going to be more common, and those are going to be way more space than you need. Tell me about updates that didn't show up in Fluid or Mainsail. Do you maybe have tips for printing the mesh skirts without them warping in the corners a little? Mine do, unfortunately. I won't see it once mounted, but it's hurting my OCD. So that's really all about just your build surface prep, temperature, that kind of thing. So what are you printing on? What printer? What's your chamber temperature? I use glue stick on almost every print, but I use the thinnest amount you can imagine. I put it on very thin, and then I dilute it by wiping it with an IPA soaked paper towel until it's very even and there are no thick spots. And then I never reapply for months. I'll just do a quick wipe down with IPA, and whatever residual seems to work well. Oh, we hit 500? Awesome. With 8 minutes to go. Yeah, your first layer height. Yep. I like the 8s. They're so much easier, quicker to do a backup image. Yep. First layer is critical. Okay, so this is done. So we can close this, and we'll see if it actually came up. Before we do that, we will check the all the jumpers on the board and make sure it's all set up properly. So this came with a 32 gig SD card, just a note. Went right from 300 to 500. You also hydrate them. No amount of sugar and cream ever makes the hot bean juice palatable. Oh, just don't like coffee. Okay, we need to go through and make sure that we have any jumpers set on this SKR correctly. Maybe I'll bring this camera over for you. Let's see if that helps. That's better. Where do we got? Derek, thanks for the gifted memberships. Don't want larger than 32 gig, keep it fat 32. I think so. That sounds right. Hey, Maple Leaf Makers, welcome. Suspecting my build plate at this point because I think it's got everything else covered, just the skirts at warped. Also, I mean, initial prep on build plates is cleaning them with a good detergent very well with hot water is a good thing to do. Fat 32, right. So the Pi imager reformats it, right? Okay. What jumpers do we have that we have to be concerned with? What jumpers do we have that we have to be concerned with? Do we have anything in the... Was it mentioned in the documentation here? Usually LDO has that. I'm scrolling through the docs, and I'm not seeing anything on the board. Just scroll, instead of you seeing me just scroll through. It is not. So let's go to the Big Tree Tech docs. Let's go BTT SKR Mini E3 GitHub Mini E3, and then we want, I think, hardware, and there should be a V3. What is this? 3.0.1. It says 3.0. Yeah, I think so. 3.0. Yep. Let's see, the image isn't in FAT32, it's in Linux format apart from one small portion for boot config. Okay. Hey, Iconic. There's nothing on the mini, yeah. So let's go to the user manual. Just go through our jumper options real quick. Yeah, we are going to be running sensorless homing for Y, so we need to set that. So if we go through the SQR Mini 3, this STM32F4. Actually can't even read that with the glasses. Okay, let's go through here. Communication, motherboard interfaces, wiring diagram. More pages. Sensorless homing function. Here we are. As shown, connect the corresponding axes with the jump caps to choose sensorless homing. So sensorless homing are those three jumpers right there. And we want, it's not actually labeled easily, but I'm guessing the middle one is sensorless homing for Y. Yeah, we're just running sensorless on the Y-axis. So we're gonna go, oops, we're gonna go jumper right there for sensorless on Y. 5-volt power supply for BL Touch TFT RGB interface. To using onboard 5-volt PSU, short the pin shown in the above image using a jumper. And that is already there instead of USB, right? To use an external module, short the pin shown in the above when we're not using the external module. Oh, we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to giveaway time. Connector for the cooling fan. We got that. That should be the only things we have to worry about, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's go. Oops, here. So I think those are the only jumpers we have to worry about. It's a micro USB, yeah. Can the Core XZ do sensorless homing on X and Clipper? I've not tried it. I don't know how well that works on here. That's the only thing we have to worry about. Okay. So then we can grab the SD card for the Pi and get it up in there. And I got lucky getting that lined up right. It cannot? Okay. I've never tried. Okay. We are close enough to giveaway time that I'm going to relax here for a second. Let the likes add up. How many did we get to? How many did we get to? The link for the giveaway is in the pin posts and the description. Make sure you enter. If you wait till the last second, you can't be guaranteed to get in. That's to maintain compatibility with the Creality. Yeah. Yep. 515. Nice. That's nuts. That is nuts. This is the last second. Yep. Right now is the last second. So, oh, the clock has hit 1 o'clock my time. So you have 3 seconds to get your last second, your last second entries in. This is my own personal brand of 3 seconds. So once I haven't had a new entry in these 3 seconds, I will close the responses. So 3 seconds. Yep. It's 4 p.m. Eastern. What time is it in other areas of the world? Got extension cable for SD card. The best investment ever. Warping skirt. Choose random Z seam. Who designed the switchwire? Max. So Russian cat food designed the switchwire. I was in there in the dev process. It was the first project that I took part of. Oh, and by the way, I want to start the countdown. So 3. My contributions were just some ideas. I CAD'ed a couple of small pieces and cleaned up the CAD. So otherwise this is Max's design. So anyway, so new responses. So we've had new responses since I said 3. So I'm going to start over now. So 3, 2. Everybody that's trying to get that last second response in, better do it now. 1.5. We haven't actually had any. So, and 1. Okay, it's all done. Yeah, it is done. I didn't get any new ones there. I waited plenty of time. Okay, so let me get this exported. Yeah, there were no extra ones there. Sean, you got the very first entry. Who got in the last one? It was a fast countdown because usually when I'm going through there, I'm having to start over. But when I didn't have to start over, what is our last? Gerard. Got the last one. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here and paste the entries. You didn't enter. I'm sorry, Nuno. Oh no, you were behind. It wasn't an actual 3 seconds. I started that count before many distractions. And yeah, Prom, that is a Keychron K1 SE keyboard. Okay, so we are going to do Polar Ted has been absent. That's right. I hope Polar Ted's fine. Hope they're just busy. New year, new things. Let's be unoriginal and do a number between 1 and 20. 1 and 20. Let's shuffle this between 1 and 20. Lost track of time. All the people who usually extend it, all missed out. We need a new club. Went to check if I entered and I didn't. I'm sorry, Nuno. We'll have another opportunity on Tuesday. Rudolph without the red nose. I like your name. We're going to do 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. And spin. You got to be here. Say something in chat if you're... You got 2 minutes to say something. Clinton to Spain. Congratulations. You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Clinton. If you're in the US or Canada, you get a coupon to the US or Canada Polymaker stores. If you're outside the US and Canada, you get sent a list. You get to pick a roll of filament from that gets sent to you. Clinton is here. Congratulations. I see. Good job. No new Polar Ted Club members. Yep. Awesome. So let me copy that, paste it into my thing. Once again, I sincerely apologize to the last 2 winners. I haven't sent the emails out. I got distracted. Oops. I got distracted and didn't do it. So I will be remedying that right after stream today. So awesome. So already won 1 time. So, good. Congratulations, Clinton. You will hear from me. It's got to be today. I'll be doing it right after stream. So moving on. I think all of our jumpers are correct. So let's power it up and see where we are. This is the first time we'll have been powering up the board and the Pi. Everything else has been tested. The power supplies have been tested. So I'll have the camera on it anyway. Did you flash clipper on the board? No, no. I just put the Pi image on. So make sure we're off there. Plug this in and cancel that. We have not gotten to the Pi part of it, or to the firmware part. So Michael L, you are early. What? Hey Michael, welcome. Most nerve-wracking 10 seconds of every build here. Yeah. Okay, so everything's plugged in. I'm gonna double check that all the polarities to the devices are correct. So that's correct, and that's plugged in, and my little Pi hat is not offset any pins. That's correct, and that's correct. Everything over here is good. Okay, let's power it on. Get out of the way just in case. No shell work has been done. Nope. Do you have heaters plugged in too? Yeah, I do. Let's see if any of them are heating up. Doesn't appear to be. Gifted membership an hour ago. Thanks for whoever did. Now I know I can receive them. Your name isn't showing up green though. New model workshop. That's interesting. Screen is the 4.3 inch on the DSI cable. Anything on the screen? Yes, the screen is on and upside down. We'll have to go through the process to get that, but yeah, it's on and upside down as expected. The ones that sketch me out on first plug-in, yeah. So, okay, this is on, things are working. Let's see if we can get to it. Let's see if we can get to it on from a terminal window. So, SSH, Pi at Charlie wire. It might take a little bit for that image to build. Let's give it a second longer. Hope that I actually put the correct password in for my Wi-Fi. Unpin the link. Thank you. Yeah, expanding the file system. Yeah, we've had this happen before. We gotta wait a little bit. Let me unpin that and let me delete it from the description because I keep forgetting to do that. Delete that and save. I like the name Charlie Wire. Yeah. There we are. There we are. Just had to wait. So we'll grab that and then log in. So, and then we can also jump onto, let's recycle this one and go charliewire.local. Perfect. PF Dennis, thanks for the gifted memberships. Now, the first thing that I always forget to do, I mean, we have a system here, but let's go to machine and refresh this and update the software versions. Because I always forget to do that before I get into getting ready to flash firmware to the controller and what. So I'm just hit refresh on the update manager. I'll give it a little bit. Oh, there we are. And then I think I'm just going to hit the little update all components button. Just let that go through. And this might take a little bit. Any advantage to using newer, faster Pis with more RAM, or is something older like a Pi 3B going to do the exact same job? First thing is there are some software considerations that make a Pi 5 not optimum right now. I would wait before trying to use a Pi 5. Pi 5 is pretty overkill processing too. But how well a Pi 3B versus a 4 is going to work is probably going to depend on how many USB devices you want to work with, how many video feeds. For the most part, your Pi 3B is going to be just fine. I've got a chair here. I'm going to use it while we wait. Oh. Pencho, how does the Nighthawk work? The Nighthawk is connected via USB. There's a breakout board, and then there's a cable, a 4-wire cable that goes to the tool head. So there's 24 volts and ground, and then the 2 data lines that are in that cable. There's a breakout board that injects 24 volts instead of 5 volts for the USB. And then the Nighthawk board has its own voltage regulators on there for the other voltages. So we're continuing the Tuesday streams this Tuesday, working on the Mark 3S to Mark 4 Prusa upgrade build. So we'll actually we did all the unbuilding and kind of set up last Tuesday, and they're relatively short streams, 2-ish hours. I might extend those a little bit because a build like this is going to take a long time to finish if I don't. But the intent is for them to be relatively short. They are at after work for me on a Tuesday, so it gets a little late for some parts of the world. What OS is your desktop? It's Windows 10. I haven't updated this one to Windows 11 yet. Is it good compared to CAN? It's an alternative. It's easier to set up, theoretically, or objectively, I guess, subjectively. But it's probably not as good for longer runs as CAN would be. So. And the release of the Nighthawk board was delayed a little bit because this breakout board, so I was talking about the breakout board, here's where our tool head cable comes in, here's where 24 volts comes in, and here's the USB cable. And this breaks out the data lines from the USB cable and the 24 volts here and sends it along the tool head cable. They want to add some protection circuitry into this board, which they discovered there's certain scenarios. I don't know if a ground wire breaks or something, it can fry something, and I don't remember exactly what that was, but they want to be able to prevent that, put some protection circuitry in there that will prevent that. It can fry the Pi. I've read it from LDO. Okay. I think there's a little more to I think they're planning something slightly more complicated than that, but I couldn't speak to it, Jack. I think I have this in one other printer. I haven't had a problem, but I haven't had a wire break either. So. But yeah, this wiring turned out pretty clean. Typical. Nothing really hanging out loose. We'll be installing the LED effects plugin from Julian Schill. It works great, and there's a sample config for the stealth burner LEDs. I haven't seen it. Are you on my Discord? Send me a link. Are you still here, Nappin? I just saw your post on the RC channel in my Discord. Yeah, it looks like something like that. And what I'm referring to is 3D Sets is teasing a new model coming out, and 3D Sets is the company that does the printed RC cars. And they're teasing something that looks like maybe a drift car or a little muscle car or a drag car or something. So, what board is that? This is a SKR Mini E3 V3. Looks like it. Yeah. It could be Corvette. Could be Corvette 2 based. But who knows? I mean, it's going to be named and have some distinct differences for licensing issues, but run the display cable between the bed panel and the extrusion. No, I don't want to pinch it there. Are you talking about here? I don't want to pinch that. I got an error. So if we go here, it is getting an error updating mainsail. Let's do a couple of things to check. So we're going to close this, and this is going to refresh, and I think something should. Did it just air out once it got to mainsail and aired? Wait, we can 3D print RC cars. Yes, go to 3dsets.com. 3dsets.com. Windows, maybe nets.s might show the PI address. Oh, what are we talking about? So this, it's failing at mainsail. I've run into this. What I've checked before is making sure that the Moonraker config has the correct update address for mainsail, and I believe this is correct. If we go to let's go mainsail docs, and the docs.mainsail.xyz, and if we go to updates and the update manager, this is the mainsail-crew/mainsail, and I think that's what was here. Mainsail-crew/mainsail. I don't know why mainsail's been failing on these. This has happened to me very recently. If anybody knows, I've been getting around this by manually. So if you go to the mainsail docs, there is a manual update, and I just run, what is it? Right here. If you run these commands right here, it's fixed it every time for me. So we're gonna do that. So we're gonna go here, and we're gonna go. Does anybody know why mainsail is failing on the update? So we just run that first command and then come down here and grab this one. And this doesn't take very long. And run this. And yes, we want to replace. And then we should be able to go back here and refresh this. And mainsail, once we do this, it should show as updated. I had the same issue. I ended up downloading the file and then dumping it into the file location on the SD card. But yeah, so now we're up to date at 2.9.1. But that's such an easy process. The docs here show how to do a manual update. And yeah, it doesn't seem to be a get pull, but I don't know why. I don't know why it isn't, but I've always just followed the mainsail docs on what to do here. But now can we go in and do an upload all components again? And it is asking me if I understand that everything's going to be updated, and see if that goes through. YouTube won't let me gift membership, says I already own this item. That's interesting. Oh, that's you're in the section for becoming a member, it sounds like. And especially since I only have one tier, I don't have multiple tiers of memberships. It wouldn't give you the option to change what tier you're on. Okay, so running the update. I did click the update button, Clee. And welcome, Clee. I haven't seen you in a while. Tried gifting 5 says no. Interesting. Okay, so try again. And everything. Is there anything? Full update complete. Yep. Some errors in there. But... Colin, thanks for the gifted memberships. Got the new 3D Sets car as a 240Z race car. 240Z inspired. Okay, so if I refresh that again, I think we're all good. Everything's up to date. Now we can move on. So latest version of Clipper, latest version of everything. I don't know if anybody has an idea of what's up with mainsail, because this isn't the only printer. I was doing updates on another printer just the other day, and mainsail kept airing out, and I did the same thing. I just did a manual update on it. If you didn't see it yet, I linked the LED effects plugin in stream chat. Awesome. I mostly don't go in. Occasionally I'll go in and check stuff on the GitHub, or I mean on the Discord, but I mostly don't check things until after stream. Okay, back to here. So we can do, we're gonna have to get the Clipper configuration. They're not, with software and firmware both successfully installed. Mainboard. Next, you need to install Clipper onto your SKR. This allows the main Clipper software. Follow the instructions on the Voron doc site. Okay. So we are going to go run the following Clipper, and then we're going to do this. So if we go here and go, and then make clean and make menu config. Really? That's interesting, Pathetic Puma. Hopefully YouTube can get you sorted out. Okay, so we're in here. We are going to, let's see if I can do, yeah, that'll probably work. We're going to enable the extra low level configuration options. We're going to choose the STM microcontroller architecture, and it is the G0B1. And an 8K bootloader, 8 megahertz crystal, USB on PA11, and no other things. 3D Sets is going to be dangerous for my free time. It is. I own several of their models now. We did, if you look back in on a Charlie's Angels stream that's public now, we built the Sandy. And if anybody wants to get an idea on 3D sets and their models. This is their free Sandy. So it's not radio control, but it's a really neat little model in that it doesn't use any hardware to assemble. It's all printed screws and slot together. But I made a mini version and one of the googly eyes fell out. But this is available on printables. If you just search for mini Sandy, it comes up. And it's got printed springs and a little bit of suspension. Yeah. If you want to get an idea of what they do for their modeling, it's a free model. That one's not RC though. Do you have to build the clipper for the Nighthawk board too? Yes. Yep. So we're going to work our way through this. So we're following the LDO docs here, and that's kind of part of the process, is following the LDO docs and looking for suggestions for any gaps or changes. Now we've already found they should have some jumper documentation, which they do for the other printers in the Octopus. I think they need it for this printer, even if it's only making sure these couple of jumpers are in place. That little model is by 3D Sets as well. It's just a mini version of their Sandy one. Now ships to me in the E3 board with 2 different STM32 MCUs. Random which one you get. Check to be sure you have the correct one selected. Okay, let's see if I can get in here and actually read it. I can't read it. Jason, just have time to step in. Hope you guys enjoyed the streams and weekend. Should we put a Switchwire on next stream giveaway? We listen your answer. Does anybody think that we should put a Switchwire on the next stream giveaway? Is there anybody here who thinks that should happen? Maybe a few more long-awaited Nighthawk kits too. Is there anyone here who thinks that should happen? You can set pin for hot end fan to be enabled while clipper is booting in case of reboot while hot end is hot. It's either that would be a great idea. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Jason. I do see one no in the list. I'm going to use my phone and hopefully get a good picture of this. This is the G0B0. This is it's the G0B0. Is that an option? Yeah, it's the G0B0. Good call. Everyone wants it, but just one Switchwire. Let's go for it. Awesome. We'll chat, Jason. We will chat. I appreciate it. I'll change my idea of bed slinger. Let's build Charlie its own printer. I have to report that all those who answered no have been sacked. This is a G0B0. So that's interesting. Is that normal for has that been seen in the V3? Someone said, what was the other option that some of these come with? It's either the G0B1 or the G0B0. Thank you, Rick. Rick G. Thanks for that suggestion, because you are correct. It's a B0. Pathetic Puma, there you go. They just came through. Thank you. In the Clipper standard config, there is only the G0B1 listed. Well, B0 just came up. I think that this is an opportunity to note the Voron docs probably need to be looked at, because this is a E3 v3.0 that I'm using, and there is a possibility for a G0, a different MCU here. So I think this is probably something to be noted that should be mentioned on here. So yeah. Akeso, thank you for becoming a member. Had to have Google remove the transaction. Oh, interesting. Clipper added the G0B0 recently. Oh, I should have done a poll. I wouldn't have gotten as... is a poll better than a ton of chat messages for engagement? I don't know. The G0B0 is a slightly lesser MCU. It is. I mean, it's 0 is less than 1, right? SQR Clipper standard config, there's only a G0B1 listed, so they also need a heads up. Chat messages are engagement. Do both. I'm gonna take a nap. See ya, Andrew. Thanks for being here. Came with a B1. Anyway, now that we're past that, let me bring up here. The rest of this is fine, so let's quit and save. And then, oh, we already did, it says to do make clean, so we'll do make clean and then make. You don't need a poll to see that the yeses have it. I still need to remember the tools that are available to me in this, in chat. Does a pi matter if it's 32 or 64-bit? I don't know a complete answer to that. I know most of what I see when someone's having trouble with something is that the 32-bit seems to be easier to troubleshoot or more stable. Yeah, it seems to be the recommendation if you want things to be a little more consistently work. I don't know what situations or at what point 64-bit is the suggestion. But I know on this 1 GB Pi 4, the 32-bit is going to work just fine. You just called us tools? Did I? Did I? That's funny. The board does not say it's version 3.0.1. The board is printed on it 3.0. Okay. Jason, let's do it, Steve. 1 switchwire and 3 Nighthawks. Talk details later, by the way, about missing holes in Y carriages. It's unfortunately batch issue. We hold on reseller inventory until they get replacement Y carriage. Sorry, our mistake. So they're fixing that. Got it. No problem with being called a tool. Tools are awesome. Thanks, Jason. That's very, very appreciated and very awesome. So last stream of the series, we'll do the giveaways. So we're gonna keep going here. So I'm gonna take Michael's suggestion there, and we are going to do MV board clipper /out/ and I'm typing this, I know, because I don't trust copying and pasting from YouTube chat, because we've had that bite us before. Nope. That should be it right there. Move clipper out, clipper to bin. And all we're doing here is we're copying that clipper bin into a new file that we can get to in the main cell OS interface. If your Pi has more than 4 gigs, 32-bit is more compatible. Once you go above 4 gig on a Pi, 64-bit would generally work better, but it would be less compatible for Clipper and its associated components. And that's the general idea I've gotten as well. Came back and there's a rad feature giveaway confirmed. Okay, so we should be able to do that. Why is that not? Oh, Why is that not accepting my command? I hit enter. Enter. What is going on? What is going on? Did it do it? There we go. Command should be in the Voron docs too. Hit enter again. You've dragged the, yeah. Now if we go to here, we'll see that firmware.bin. We just copied that. So now we can download this and save as. And we're gonna put this in our stream and our Switchwire revC folder here. So then we can copy that to an SD card. The peasants revolted. I told them to eat cake. We don't have cake, so I had to cook after all. Okay, so this did not come with a SD card for the controller. So I have some. I actually bought a big pack of the 128 megabyte cards that I use for this. So it's just a generic thing off of Amazon, and they've worked. I haven't had any problems with them. So now I got to figure out how to open this little pack. Here we are. So I'm just going to grab another one of these and use it. See you, Greg. The Voron docs are assuming you don't have main cellar fluid up and running. Are they? Do they show you how to make sure that Clipper is up to date? I didn't look. They might. And where's my SD card reader? Where did I set that? There it is. Hey, Mastermind. How many 128 gigabyte did you have to scroll past before you found the 128 megabyte ones? I don't remember, but I do remember it being a challenge. Confirm they tested 32 gig cards and they are happy they work for board flashing. Yeah, a bigger card would be fine. I just have these, this 10 pack of 128 meg cards that I use for this, because why not? Switchwire's looking good, thanks. If it doesn't want to flash the bin, try double pressing the reset button with the card in it and it should go through. You should plug the SD card into a USB reader and then the reader into the Pi and flash it on the Pi. You could copy it. I think you could copy it onto the SD card. So, but I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to, while I'm here, I'm going to shut down the Pi, and then I'm going to open up the, is it USB drive? That's that. So stream, revC, firmware bin, copy this to that. This is a 30K file. So, and that's it. We're gonna plug it into the board. And turn off the printer. Take this guy, plug it in here. Is that correct? Yep. Just wanted to see if it was one of the push to click or not. Oh. And power it back on. Now, we can go back, wait for this to come up. Most of the next generation of boards will be USB flashable. And flash an M8P with RadOS. Fun. You could plug the SD card into a USB reader, this way, yada yada. Give us a minute to boot back up. There we are. Okay, that's up. Let's bring up our and ls/dev/serial/by ID, and there it worked. So listing the serial devices in dev serial by ID. I don't think you need the /star. Some older documentation has that. I've always just done it. This is the USB identifier for the SKR Mini here. This is what we'll copy and paste into our config file. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do is flash the firmware for the Nighthawk. So, and I haven't even looked to see if the LEDs or anything are on the Nighthawk, but let's find the documentation for that. So the /star is there in this command, so you can copy paste the full path into the config. Got it. Thanks, Clay. Hey, Clay, did you see my mention of documentation here on the Voron docs? No, where's the Voron docs? Do I still have them up somewhere? Yeah, right here. Were you here for the mention of the G0B0 variant? Because the SKR Mini E3 V3.0 apparently can have either control or microcontroller now. Sounds like I should write a PR. No, what I do is I say something's wrong and then I forget about it. If you want me to write a PR for it, yeah, I mean, I can say I will, but I don't know when I will. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back to the LDO docs. Now we need the... Where is the Nighthawk documentation? I saw that pop-up of the Discord message, Clee. Where is the Nighthawk documentation? Is it in here yet? Let's see. Below deck, software setup. Yeah, they don't have it here. So where do they have it? Let's go back and see if they have guides on it yet. It is not. See you, Ari. My 2.4 is behaving, so it's next to the bamboo. This is an RP2040 controller. I think it's basically that. There is also another, isn't there another LDO docs site? Thank you, appreciate that. Where are we gonna get the documentation for Orbiter, Voron? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Nighthawk toolhead board. I knew it was somewhere. I was trying to figure out where. So, system overview, all the information. So this is kind of this is a good diagram here about the Raspberry Pi relation with this breakout board and the Nighthawk and the fan adapter. Printed parts, firmware setup. Here we are. Okay. Back on track. Let's go back to the Clipper folder. And make menu config. Back in here. So now we're going to follow, it is an RP2040. And everything shows, right? Yep. And then no bootloader. And WS or W25Q080 is the flash chip. and communication USB, and that looks to be it. Quit the configurator and make clean and make. And make. Linking it out, building it. Okay. Now, a firmware called Clipper UF2, and that's what you see here. Configuring UF2 file out/Clipper UF2. Will now be generated and can be located in this directory. An easy way to access this file is to copy it to a directory you can access via fluid or main cell. If one doesn't work, then try the other. So the same command we did before. We can copy this command and paste it here, and it's, oh, cannot. Where is it trying to copy? Oh, that's the wrong location. Where is that actually? It is, this needs to change because this should be printer data, not printer data /config/. So that command is wrong and needs to be updated. So here, let's go in here. Printer _data /config. So now it should show up here, and there's that Clipper UF2 file. Okay, so this document needs to be updated because that's no longer the correct. Or there we go. So depending on your system, he was going to write all kinds of docs PRs. I guess YouTube doesn't let me post URLs even without the prefix. Nope. I'll post the other doc site to your Discord. Are you talking about, I think LDO has another doc site, right? Is that what you're referring to? LDOmotion.com, yeah. Clipper to the Pi also. I don't need to. I don't think there's any real reason to. I will for the input shaper stuff. You're right. I can now download the file from the same interface. Clipper make upload. When you update Clipper on your Raspberry Pi, you may also be required to update the firmware on the controllers. Log in. Make flash. Boot cell. Where's the... Guess who's done with inventory? Good job, Shammy. Welcome. I know you've been listening, but welcome to chat. Okay, from the same interface, use, when you update Clipper, there's a way of doing this on Pi. So I want to do this on Pi. This method is only recommended if your Nighthawk tool does not contain a Clipper firmware already flashed. It requires that you access the boot 0 button on the PCB. Hey D Norris, welcome. Does YouTube just block messages that include TLDs? A file name or a COM? Maybe. If it's something that's being moderated, it'll give me a message. If it's something that YouTube just doesn't allow, it doesn't tell me what's not being posted. Okay, here's what we want to do. We want to do this boot cell mode upload. So make sure the Nighthawk tool headboard is wired, and it is. Simultaneously press the boot 0 and reset buttons, and then release reset first. I think, and I'm going by memory here, I think if we do ls USB, it's going to list the things that are available here. Which one? That is our controller, the SKR controller. Is this the Nighthawk? But I think if we, let's go here, and we're gonna open the tool headboard here. And there are two, There are two buttons in here, and they are kind of, ooh, I gotta be careful because I don't want those to be pressed by wires. So I think I'm gonna rearrange some things in here. But there is a, I'm trying to look at the labeling on the boards. Where is the, okay. If we go back to the Switchwire kit and the wiring guide and get a better picture of the Nighthawk toolhead board, which one is boot and which one's select? Oh, there is. Boot is this one and reset is this one. So reset is the back one, boot is the forward one. Can we maybe get the BOM to have a thumb screw for the SB cover instead of a regular screw? That's bulky and big, and you hardly ever need to get in there. Okay, so boot is the one towards the front, reset is the one towards the back. That's what I was trying to find. So the instructions are to, oh, where are we? The instructions are to put it into boot mode or DFU mode or whatever, is to simultaneously press both and then release reset first. So I'm gonna just reach in here and I'm gonna simultaneously press both with one finger, and then I'm gonna roll my finger back and off. And that should have put it into boot mode. And I can feel that. You can feel the detents on those buttons. And I think if we go in here now and do this, we should see something in boot mode. Yep, there it is. Oops. If we go back here, now you see the Raspberry Pi in boot mode. So that's the Pi. If you have an extra LED fan splitters, I can throw your count off now. Oh. Now we can go in and do, if the previous step was followed correctly, you should see dev SDA when executing the command ls/dev/SDA. So let's do that because that's what they're saying to do. So let's go ls/dev/SDA. And we see /dev/SDA, not SDA1. Okay. That's confusing. You should see /SDA1, but we just see SDA. So we're gonna do these commands here in series, but we're gonna modify one of them. And then we're gonna mount and we're going to change this to SDA instead of SDA1. Wrong type, bad option, bad super block. So we're not seeing SDA1. What log? Might be SDB, but we should see what it lists here, and it's just showing SDA. Oh, there is an SDA1, but it doesn't show. Okay. Let's go SDA1. Does that work? It did work, but it didn't show in their test. So maybe this command, lsblk, should be here instead. Would be the, okay. Yep. Now we can copy to that thing. Command from the docs was too specific. Yeah. Oh, I see. What if we did ls/dev? Ooh. Is there an SDA1 in here? SDA1. There's SDA1. Okay. Let's copy that, oh, and that we're not using catapult. Come on, people. Clipper. And this was, what was the file name of that thing? It was clipper.uf2. There we go. Should have done ls/dev/sd star. Okay. And then sudo sync. I think there's some, I need to look at the LDO motion docs because there's some confusion here that I'm working through because I have at least some level of understanding of what's supposed to be happening. But this is a little hard to follow because you started in Switchwire with not using catapult, and now the Nighthawk documentation that's here does use catapult. And then I think we can do this. And now there. So we do have both devices, and they did flash. We got through all of this, but I feel like I probably confused a few people kind of bouncing through that. But we did end up with two devices that have Clipper flash to them with IDs that we can reference in a config. So. Let's check, because I was referred to the LDO motion. Let's check these docs and see if they at least look like they're a little clearer to follow. So this is LDOmotion.com. Let me paste this in here. Same kind of issue I had with flashing the SB2240. Flashing all kinds of boards always is the most annoying part of any build to me. Flashing is bad. So if we go here and let's go to guides and see where we are for, if any, I'm looking to see if there is anything out here for it yet. We got products. Go controllers. Yeah, it doesn't look like it exists here yet. So what we have is what's available. So that's fine. But that's some feedback that we can give to LDO, that we got through this only because I have some understanding of what should be happening and what we can do. But I think the documentation could be a little better. Okay, moving on. Next part of this documentation is we have a Nighthawk configuration, but let's see if there is one in the Switchwire. I think they mentioned something down here about config. Let's see if there's a config that we can copy and start from. So we're doing software setup, Clipper and web interface setup. We could get the touchscreen installed. If you followed the previous Clipper screen is successfully installed, read this guide for information on touchscreen setup, instructions for rotating screen guide. Maybe we should do that. Documentation is hard. These are, yeah, that is so true. Mainboard firmware setup. We've got that. Clipper configuration. If you follow our wiring guide, you can use our pre-made configuration file. So that's what we're going to grab here. So download the configuration file and upload it. Go to machine, Printer config, edit the printer config and put our MCUs. So let's do that right now. Let's go and get the Voron Switchwire firmware printer config. Let's download this to our Switchwire revC folder. Yeah, we're gonna do a manual install a clipper screen. That's easy. It's easy to follow. Keep. Now let's go here, and we no longer need this clipper UF2 file, so let's delete that. And we don't need the firmware.bin file here, so let's delete that. And then let's upload our printer config file. Okay, so now the first thing we need to do is come in here, and we have an MCU. So this is the MCU, this is the serial device, which we got from this ls/dev/serial/byid command. So the STM32G0B0 is the SKR, which is our main MCU. So we're gonna copy this, go to our config file here, and we're gonna paste it right here. Okay, and then for the tool head, we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna go back here and grab our RP2040 device and copy this and paste it here. Not far from Buffalo, so you can imagine how unlucky it would be next time. Oh, cold in the Northeast, right? I think let's do a save and restart and see how happy it is. Oh, we got something. Oh, I know why. This is because we don't have the chamber thermistor installed. So this is MCU PTH, which is the tool head, basically. Uncomment mainsail include. Do we need to move the firmware after compiling instead of just renaming and place on the Pi? Do we actually need to move the firmware after compiling? You can't, you can't get to it from here. And I think the move is just so you can get to it from this interface. This is the, I'm pretty sure this is the chamber thermistor, and which I didn't install because the connector is wrong. So let's go down to the chamber thermistor and just comment it out for now. Wherever they put that. Temperature sensor, ambient temp, this is on the tool head. This is probably it. If you hold down Control and hit /, it'll comment out a section of code, and let's save and restart. Don't forget to uncomment mainsail include. Oh, and it's coming up. It sees MCU and it sees MCU PTH. We are good. Missing configuration, all this stuff. What is the... Oh, I see. Uncomment out, mainsail. I see. In the config here, what we're talking about is whether you're using mainsail or fluid, and that's why we got all those warnings, is we need to make sure it includes the mainsail config. So now save and restart. Should have a happy machine. Awesome. So we're getting reports of temperatures from the extruder and the heated bed. Those are a bit off. I'd want to look at what the definitions for the thermistors are for those, because they should be basically the same right now. Everything's been stabilized to the same, to the environment. 4 full degrees off, I think is a bit much. At least warrants being checked on. Low polycat win. Why doesn't the default config include MCU temps? I don't know. What is the, let's do that. That's a good idea. What is the block of code for that? It's easy. I just always forget. Core XZ. I don't know about you, but I feel like we've made progress. We've made awesome progress. Can we put the bottom panel on? We'll have to take it off for the LEDs and stuff, but I think we can put the bottom panel on. What is the MCU test temp block of code? I can get it from another printer. Let's go V2 blue. I never remember. Let's just go over here. Bottom panels are overrated. Nappin', go away. Temperature MCU. Let's see. Oh, not that one. Let's go printer config. I think I usually have these. Heater bed, probe, bed mesh, fan, heater. Where do I put those in here? I don't know where I put it. Sensor type, temperature sensor, sensor type, temperature host. Let's do that. Go back over here. And I'm gonna do it up here. Am I in the right one? Temperature sensor. And I do like pi. And then sensor type, temperature host. And I think that's it for that, right? Just to get it. Let's find out. See if I made a typo or not. Nope, I typoed that. What did I do wrong? Temperature sensor. Sensor type, temperature host. Let's see. I don't remember these things. Oh, I don't have it on here. That's why it wasn't there. VT Gray, I think, has it. Yeah, I've got all of them here. So let's go in and just copy and paste the code here. Temperature sensor, here we are. This is going to be for the, here, let's just get rid of this. This is going to be for the tool head, which is actually temperature sensor PTH, right? Sensor in, oh, actually I'll put tool head, and sensor MCU is going to be PTH. And I think we can check that, save and restart that. Oh, why is that coming up with an error? Unknown pin chip name, PTH. What am I doing wrong? Oh, we can't see it. Oh, because I'm here. There it is. Oh, it's because it's lowercase. I saw board pins PTH and I saw MCU PTH. This should be lowercase, right? That work? There we go. So now we got the tool head temperature. And then, oh, you don't need sensor pin. I'm just grabbing off of here. Raspberry Pi, sensor type, temperature. Oh, okay. I see. Let's grab the Raspberry Pi and put it in here. And then the Leviathan, or whatever we're going to call it. MCU. Oops. And we're going to call this SKR E3. Can I put spaces in there? Will that work? Let's find out. Okay, so we have the SKR, it just ignored the rest. We have the Raspberry Pi, and we have the tool head. What toolhead boards do you have on the Tridex Mellow? Or I have Mellow. I have the Mellow V2s on the Tridex. It will auto add them for underscores. Okay, let me go in there and change these to underscores. And we're gonna rename this to Nighthawk. Underscores will turn into spaces. There we are. So we have the Nighthawk, the Raspberry Pi, and the SKR E3 mini temperatures. Awesome. Let's go in and see what the bed thermistor is defined as. Where's the bed heater? Heater bed. ATC, a 104 NT. And I'll just have to check with the LDO folks if that's still correct on this kit. Because I think that's the one that's probably most likely to be different. Here's I think the 104 NT is correct for the Revo, right? Hey, Francois. I will say the BTT 2209 RP2040 is the only CAN board they are like. The other two are for just. We'll always think you planned to get the Raspberry Pi and the BTT E3 the same lengths in the temp chart. Oh, did I? That's funny. My Mellow boards on the Tridex, the V2s idle or run way cooler, at least reported temperature is way cooler than the V1s were. Jack, yes, I'm in the Sacramento area. Why? It looked like you added a generic temp on the bed. I didn't change anything. This is just the config as it comes from LDO. Let me button up the spool head cover. Did you get any delivery date on that Magneto X? Looking forward to that machine. That is pending. That is pending. I'm looking forward to it as well. I am looking forward to it as well. I meant more that the temp you put on the bed with the Kapton looked like a generic 3950. Oh, yeah. I'm going to confirm with LDO before I go, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Let's see if things are working. I'm going to not put the bottom panel on yet because that's probably a bad idea. But I am going to lift this up on its feet and we're going to check a few basics, right? So X end stop, we're going to check, and we're going to grab the LDO build plate. Is that in here? Flex plate with the way overkill, but probably nice to have packaging. Yep, we're gonna check things. So we're gonna do our basics, basic checks. We have our machine tab here that has an end stop query. So we're gonna query these and see where we're all at. Now everything's open. If I just stick my finger over here and trigger the X end stop, it is triggered, so that's working. I'm gonna move. Here's another thing that I have is I have the belts are still cut long here. We haven't actually tensioned our belts yet or lined any of this up. So I'm just gonna fold these out of the way, and I'm gonna move the tool head all the way down to where the nozzle is touching the flex sheet, and I'm gonna query the end stops again, and end stop probe and Z are triggered. So if it didn't trigger here, then I could change. I'd have to pull the tool head off, but I could change the height of that Omron probe. So right now, even if we move this up just above and query, they're still triggered. So it's going to trigger before the nozzle hits the bed is what we're looking for there. If we move it up just a little bit more, they're open. Okay. This went more, okay, I get around the old base often. I get around the old base often, I would drop off another mellow V2. I have two mellow V2s. I have two of them. They're both on the Tridex. Are you in the local area, Jack? Did I know that? What about the hot end thermistor type? I think the NT4 is correct for the Revo that's in here. So not always easy to click refresh when you're halfway in a printer. Yeah. Oh, you're in Florida? Okay, so that should be fine. Let's home X. Let's home X. See how close this. I'm gonna home X right now. Nice. Now, Y is sensorless. If we look at the config for Y, we can go in here and scroll down to Y, and driver SG, here, let me scroll that up. Driver SGTHRS is the tuning value for sensorless homing on Y. And the other part of that is this end stop pin is set up to be a virtual end stop on the TMC 2209. So I'm just gonna home Y with an expectation that's probably gonna grind or it's not gonna move. I think if they set this up well, and I don't remember which direction the sensitivity goes, it shouldn't move. We should tune this to be more sensitive until it moves and triggers. So I'm going to just hit home Y. And that actually worked pretty well at that value. It was slightly bit of a tap, but that is, I mean, it's homing. Now I'm going to grab, I like to grab a piece of metal and I'm gonna home Z and see what it does, but I'm gonna put it under the inductive probe before it actually touches. So it did stop when it detected metal. I like to do that instead of driving it into the bed for the first time. I like to have the tool head up far enough to where I can sneak a piece of metal under there. Sometimes I'll use my scraper from the bed or something just to go under there and see if it triggers. So I think we can home all, and this is homing now with their configuration. Yeah. So we have a full all of that. So, but this isn't working. So let's get that configured before we go too much further. I like to use the Clipper screen docs. And if we go to, I mean, I do searches. I don't try to remember. I know how to find something. And if you go to installation here, set up an installation, there is a manual install process here. Now they do show you how to do it in Kia. Y is not opposite. No, it homes to the front. So it homes to Y Max. The home screen, the touch screen is upside down. We're gonna fix all of that. That's what we're getting at right here. Is we're going to install clipper screen, and then we're going to flip it around. All the clipper screen stuff in its docks. Let's check it out. Guide. They're not on these docks yet. So let's go to the other docks. And I do remember them having it. We go to the, I think it's here and in the guides, and then touchscreen setup for clipper. So it's just C and P. What's that? I've seen it move now. I can sleep peacefully. Good night, Colin. We are on the verge of being able to extrude plastic on this. Okay, so we did the FFC cable orientation, which was a great thing to put in here. Oh, it's just copy and paste. I know. Yeah. Software setup clipper screen. To use clipper screen, follow the setup instructions. No additional configurations are needed inside clipper's config files. And then how to rotate the touchscreen. So we're going to skip over here to clipper screen, and we're going to follow these instructions here. So CD here, and then we're going to git clone the clipper screen repo. It's going to clone in here. Tricky is you not only have to invert the screen, you have to invert the touch as well to be inverted. Yep. And that can be really tricky depending on your particular setup. We'll see how this goes. I've been successful in every endeavor, often with help, but I've been successful in getting touchscreens working so far. Then we dive into that clipper screen folder. And then there's a script that's in there to install it. And this takes a little bit. So what do you want to talk about? Oops. This takes a little bit. So what is up? What do we want to talk about? Next 3D sets build. I have the, so this is going to be going through here. Let's go to, oh, we don't need this anymore. 3dsets.com. I have, of their models, I have the mini 4x4 partially printed. I don't have all of it printed because I haven't figured out what colors I want to do. I have most of the black parts printed for this. And I have all of the, I have the Lego tires. I think I have all the hardware that I need for it. Hardcade 2-piece board, would you recommend cutting a trace and solder 5 volts to the pin? For what, Nappin? What are you trying to do? About the CAN bridge modules for V2 if you don't have one for it? Tap. I don't know, Nappin. If you want to give me some more information in a DM, we can talk about that. Can you print Lego tires with TPU? Yes. They do have printable versions of these now. So I have this, and it's partially printed out. Like the main chassis, all the big black parts are printed out, but none of the color items are. Oh, Shammy's saying don't. Nappin. Shammy's saying don't. So that's that. That one's somewhere. I own the files for the Skippy, and I have some of the parts for it. And I own the files for, obviously, the Sandy. But also, I have the files for the 4x4 Max, the 4x4 van, and the buggy. Those are what I own. So I'm about to install TAP and Galileo 2 on my 2.4. Would you recommend doing separately or both together? I would do both together. What's your preferred way to open cable chains? Little flathead. Yeah. It depends on the cable chain. Not all of them do that well. So. I want to do rancher for a friend that has a Jeep. The thing I have about the older models, especially the rancher, and I think the Landy are the oldest models, but they've obviously learned a lot in their modeling techniques. I'd like to see, maybe the bamboo is in that newer style, but some of the things where they've remodeled or have in the later models are more interesting to me. Lego is the biggest manufacturer of tires in the world by quantity, right? Yep. Anyway, I have those. Let's see where this is. It's still running. Have you ever thought of building ERCF V2? I have. I haven't looked into it deep enough to be like gathering parts or planning it, but it's probably on the list at some point. I like that gen of the bamboo. That is this guy, the Toyota Land Cruiser. I want to build a Rocky bad. That thing is cool. What's the Rocky? Oh, that's this guy. One of these. And they have a working bed on these. The Landy hardtop was for free for a short time. Oh, well, somebody pirated it. So I'm gonna buy whichever one I'm gonna build. I own myself the files for the Skippy. I still bought the files for my father-in-law. I actually, the way I did it, I gave him a gift card and let him choose what files he wanted. And that's the one he wanted. See you, Andres. RC plane would be cool. There's probably a lot of options out there. An RC plane would be cool. These are, you can drive these. These are radio control models. All of these here are radio control. And I wonder if we can find here, let's go, it's not gonna show up well because I'm not logged into anything. But if we go here and go to the Facebook group, it's gonna try to do this, but one of their recent posts, oh, it looks like you guys were right. It looks like you were right. This is a Datsun. That is very, very obviously a Nissan, Datsun, whatever. This is they were teasing this. So if we scroll back a little further, what we were talking about with the teaser, ooh, look at that. This is even more info. This is the, oh, that's all they're doing on that. Okay. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Look at all this teaser stuff. It looks like it's a little, ooh, look at that. That is so cool. That is so cool. That is rad. What is this? A little teaser videos. Looks like another thing. What else do they have in the teasers? That is so cool. Wide body 240. But what we were talking about earlier with the teaser, we can probably scroll down here. The first thing they posted just a few days ago was, and I so hate. Oh, here it is. This was the teaser that was posted. This is all I had to go by before I just saw this other stuff. So, here. But it looks like it is a a Datsun 240 style inspired, something like that is what it's going to be, but with fender flares and cool. Look at that. That is so cool. That gets me excited too. The suspension. And I'm anxious. I'm excited to see how they model this stuff. Because that's the biggest thing for me is the techniques. That is rad. Oh, what is this? Vote for the, guess what the new model will have? Vote for front wheel drive, vote for the rear wheel drive. No, rear wheel drive. All wheel drive. I don't know if this has to do with that model or something else, but it looks like it. They're from the Czech Republic. Nice. Okay, let's get back. So the clipper screen's installed. It's working. It's just I don't want to use it like this. I don't want to use it like that. But it's working, and the touchscreen is working and everything. So let's flip it around. Let's flip it around. So let's go back to the LDO docks and rotating the touchscreen. You may find that the screen is upside down depending on the physical orientation of the touchscreen. Follow these instructions. Oh, they want us to pull the card and edit the config.txt. Can't we do that from SSH? Can't we get there and edit it? I don't think we need to do this here. Let's go boot, and config.txt is right there. Let's just edit it here. cd/boot and then sudo nano boot text. Yeah, I'm not gonna. So now we're gonna look for if DT overlay VC4 FKMS is found, disable it. Okay, so I don't know how to search in here, but I'm just gonna scroll. Looking for, okay, so DT overlay VC4, is this the one we're looking for? KMS, not VKMS. Is that the same thing? Is that the same thing? Disable. Yeah. Control W to search. Well, I found this one. And it's been a while. I've gone through all of this. It's just been a while. Do I want to comment that out? Good job, Nils. I think I do. We can always undo that if it was wrong. The last step is copy and paste the following content to the end of the file. So let's go to the end. Copy and paste this. Paste that there. And after you're done, save and close the file. Reinsert the SD card and reboot. So let's see if this works. Control O to write it out, and Control X, and then sudo reboot. This is way easier than searching through Discord the last time I had to do it. Let's find out if it, oh, let's go here and point this down here. It is correct way up now. That worked. So that worked. So now does the touch work? So we'll find out. So it rotated the screen. Oop. Rotated the screen. Now, is the touch working? Connecting to the printer. Okay. Hey, it's done. We didn't have to do anything else. So if you have trouble, so let's go over a little bit here. If you have trouble with needing to rotate the touch on a screen, I found the most useful documentation is the Clipper screen docs. If you go here, and this was the, let's just go home here, and I'm gonna paste this. Now you go through and change your boot splash screens. Yes, I've got something there. So I'll do that for the next stream, because I need to figure out how to do it without Kia, because that's the instructions I have. But if you go here, there are some troubleshooting. Where is it? Setup and what is it? Troubleshooting. So troubleshooting touch is this little touchscreen issues page is invaluable. This has fixed much of the issues I've had in the past, like helping Scott Edge of 3D with the Trident that was at ERF. This is a lot of this documentation is what we used to get that working. Splash screen is super easy and on the Voron docs. I have something to put there. So I need to save that for the next stream because I wasn't ready to do it today. It is at, okay, we're at 4.5 hours. We're doing good. We can go through and check things like make sure the hot end's working. Let me see. We go back here. Let's reconnect. Everything is here. That temperature difference I need to look at, but I'll do that in between, which means I'll have to redo a PID tune or something. But let's check to make sure fans are working. So if I go down here and just turn our part cooling fan on, it should turn on. And it did. It's blowing air. So part cooling fan is working. We don't have the case lights plugged in, and the controller fan isn't working, isn't running. What is the config for the controller fan? Troy, thanks for being a member for 20 months. So let's look at what our config is, how it's supposed to behave for the controller fan. Controller fan, it is plugged into PC6. Only did it to make them less stealable. Nice. Home the printer and see if it turns on. We did. It's homed. It's on. Hey, Jay. Thanks for the gifted memberships. So PC6, it is triggered by heater bed. I don't want to do that. I want to change this to a heater fan. I'm going to change this to a heater fan because I actually want it on all the time. I'm going to change it to a heater fan, still PC6, still on the pin. Is this what I want, a heater fan? Based on the heater bed, but I want the heater temp. I think I'm doing this right. I can look up my references, but I want this to be low. I mean, if it's less than some degree, I just want it on because I want it cooling the pie. Shammy, thanks for the gifted memberships. Trouble with stepper buzz. A motor buzzes 3 times quickly, not the slow kind of moving like a normal buzzer. Is your rotation distance set correctly for those? Because it might be moving so quick, you're not really, it might not be as easy to count or whatever, because that's still going to make a difference on how it's supposed to move 1 millimeter 10 times. Don't want a cold pie. You need to set the control type for heater fan, don't you? PID watermark. Here, let me do this just because I don't want to. VT. I have all my printers. I think all of my printers set up with that kind of call the host temp and feed that to the controller. That's not a bad idea. This is what I've done. If I go down here to the controller fans, extruder, probe, electronics fan is a heater fan based on the heat bed. Yeah, all of that was fine. And then I turn it down. I don't run it at full speed. So let's grab that. Can we do that? You said heater temp and run this slower. Can we set that to, what did we say? Host? Controller host? All the way up here. Raspberry Pi is temperature host. Is that what I'd do? How would I say based on the Pi? It's a non-RC version, not pirated. Oh, the non-RC versions, yeah. The non-RC versions they've made free. They have the little Landy and they have the Sandy. Heater, is this just host? How would I do that for basing it on the Pi temperature? What do you think of the CRID scripts for Clipper? I don't know what those are. See a tuxedo? Did I say that already? Anyway, this will work. What is the particular syntax I would use to base it on the, it's not on heater, then it would be on something else. 30 seconds and I'll send you on Discord. Okay, anyway, this should still work right here. So if I restart this, our controller fan should be on. Once the underlying issue is, use the restart command. Printer is halted. Shutdown value must be 0 or 1 on the soft PWM. Shutdown speed is 0. Let's just copy that. Printer config. Heater fan, controller fan. Let's just go here. That should work. Sent the code in stream chat. There we go. It is backwards though. I did realize when I taped this in place, I have the fan blowing this way. I need it to blow that way, but it is on. See you, Stephen. Sensor type temperature host. What do we got? Temperature fan skirts. Sensor type temperature host. This is what the Pi 3's temperature sensor is known as. Pin, max temp. Wow, that's a lot of PID tuning and stuff. We don't really need all of that, right? If we go in here now, and well, actually I want to see what is our Pi is at 46.7 degrees. So if we go here, and let's comment this out. You can set it to watermark instead of PID. And let me grab this stuff that Michael sent me. This is all the stuff. So we're gonna call this controller fan and sensor type temperature host. The pin is the PC6, and then max temp, target temp. Set this to your preferred running temperature. let's just go 40. I mean, I just step away. Are we melting polymer yet? We could be. We're doing just kind of final setup and PID tuning and getting the controller fan working, although I have to flip it around because I installed it backwards. Watermark target, control watermark target temp 45. Okay, so control watermark, and we can get rid of these and target temp, and then yeah. Hey, Armor 3D. I think 45 is probably a better choice anyway. And I think that's the rest, right? Max speed, I don't need it to be running at that. Let's just go 0.5 for now. And let's see if, I think I got all of that correct. Yep. Now that it's running a little faster. But that's working based on the pi. Oh, and now it's turned down because this isn't even reporting as 45 degrees. If this gets up to 45 degrees or above 45 degrees, it should turn on, right? Okay, so if we go back here, this is backwards. Let me see if I can just pop this off of here. It's stuck pretty good. See if it'll pop off to the point where I can reuse it. It did. Nice. Need this to go that way, which means let's pull that a bit. Let's put that in the slot and right like that. There we go. Now it'll blow in the right direction. On mine, it ramps up and down the speed based on the temp if it's near the target temp. And that's basically the setup that I have going right now, right? It's good to always have that fan running as it blows on the stepper fins as well. That's true. Okay. PID the fan. We could, but that's not how I changed their setup. Let's put the bottom panel on. Find the bottom panel. You can duplicate pin, override, and run it both as a controller fan and a temperature fan. You can set it to never stop, gets slow, and ramps up when the pie warms. I think PID would be tough being a somewhat open environment. I'm pleased with how this has gone so far, though. The whole build is there. It's one side. Here, can we? Yeah, that's better. Do you keep all the printers you build, or do you sell some of them? I have basically kept almost all of them. The exceptions are the last LDO Switchwire kit that I built. The intention was always to give it away, and we finally did at Orange County Maker Fair this last fall. And then a ender wire that I built, I gave to a local friend, and I think those are the only exceptions. Now, I've built printers for people. So I built two 350 2.4s for a local friend, the company that he works for. And I built the second version of Dark Dog's ender wire for my father-in-law to use. He had an Ender 3, and I updated it to an ender wire. Okay, there we go. Tri-bent I have. So tri-bent is here. I don't know what tri-bent's ultimate fate is going to be. Okay. If you weren't streaming, how long would you say it would take to build a Switchwire? That's a good question. I could probably do it in 10 hours-ish, I think. Placing these. Oh, we haven't tensioned the belts yet either. You need to find a way to keep the bent frame and build a good working printer. That's the idea. That's the hope. I don't think that's going to be long enough. Oh, they are. Okay. If he was supervising, I bet Steve could do it in 5 hours. You have me working on PRs and that kind of stuff. Is the Switchwire doing a gantry? Oh, yeah, so we're going to go through that next. That's something I kind of forgot that we needed to do. So, bottom panel, required, it's on. Okay, we have not tensioned the belt or trammed the gantry. We did run through at home. These are all tight enough to have done that. The way that Switchwire tensions the belts is there is a hooked piece here that hooks on the extrusion and pulls this stepper mount down or up. Yeah, cool, fan turned on. The way that I check for this being trammed is I put two same height items on the bed and measure to the MGN 12 rail here. So we are going to loosen these, and I need to grab, actually I'm not gonna grab, I'm gonna just use the ridiculously long driver here and tighten this up Cans of baked beans, yeah. Extra stream brownie points if anyone knows what day is Clee Day. I don't even know what day is Clee Day. I just know it happens. So that's gonna go in there. There's gonna be some level of tension there, but I'm just getting this kind of tightened into place on both sides. Okay, so the only way to tram the X gantry to the bed is by belt tension. There's no other auto tramming or lead screw, Z lead screw adjust or anything like that. So I hope I can find both of them. I use two of these guys. They are in my, something similar to those are in my Amazon shopping list. The link's in the description. Oh, there's the other one. But really two same length things are what you want. And I set these on the bed and bring the gantry down to them and then see which one is higher or lower. I don't actually have these tensioned where I want them to be yet. So I'm gonna tension them to where I feel the belt tension is about right. And then we'll check to see where that's at. Stealth burner LED setup, yeah, that's a good point. I wonder why it's not turning on. It must not have it in the config. 1, 2, 3 blocks. Are 1, 2, 3 blocks tall enough? 3 blocks are heavy. 1, 2, 3 blocks are heavy. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 blocks would work. Yep. I just want to make sure that it doesn't bottom the nozzle out. Okay, now once I've got the belts about where I think they're going to need to be tensioned, just saw, never seen those before. Those are magic. Those microfit tools, pin extraction tools, are magical in how well they work. Okay, so we go there and then just kind of feel, it's really close. If one side is high, you can either tighten this side, that side, or loosen the opposite side. If it's low, then you either loosen this side or tighten this side. Does that make sense? There's a clipper macro that replicates the Marlin G34. And Marlin G34 is your probe each side of the bed or Z-tilt or whatever you want to do, that type of thing, right? But you can't do that here because you don't have individual control of the gantry. It's a core XZ motion system. So you need, the only way to tram this to the bed, which is what's important, you want to tram to the bed, not to the frame, is by belt tension. And then you rely on a bed mesh for everything else. So with this right there, I kind of feel what kind of resistance there is. And I would say that this side probably needs to go like barely down, just based on that. So I'm just gonna, oops, I probably wanna loosen and tighten the, and usually run it through its motion to, is there any chance the bed is out of square? What do you mean? There's nothing you can do about the bed, really. So tramming the gantry to the bed is what you want. And then everything else from there, like I said, is a mesh. Tighten these, making sure that the stepper is pushed up against the extrusion. Oops. There we go. It matters just to the point you want it close. You definitely want it close. And those are super close. With a traditional bed slinger, I would square the gantry to the frame, then square the bed to the gantry. But you don't have adjustment there. You've got the Prusa bed is hard mounted to the Y carriage, which is hard mounted to the MGN12 rail, which is hard mounted to the Y 2020 extrusion. Hey Makiora, welcome. So right there, I would call this trammed, and we should be able to see what the mesh looks like. Let's find out, I think. I don't think there's any reason why not. If it's set up, is it set up in the printer config? Probe, bed mesh. Is there a bed mesh set up? Case light, ADXL, homing override, there's a bed mesh. So we'll see what their settings look like. So let's go dashboard, and I'm gonna hit home all, but we probably wanna watch it instead of. Yeah, exactly. Now if I go over to the height map, and if we calibrate, and what is it doing? It's retrying over and over. Oh, okay. There it goes. It's doing lots of retries. We haven't done a probe accuracy test either. Oh, exceeded samples tolerance. Let's do a probe accuracy on this. Let's rehome this. We go to, nope, that's not what I wanted. I'm gonna go to clipper 3d.org. A lot of retries, yeah, and that's got me a little concerned. So let's go to documentation, and do we want probe calibrate, or is that what I want? Calibrating probe, there's an accuracy. Where's the probe accuracy? Repeatability check. So let's go back here and run the probe accuracy test. Wow. I know it's behind chat for most of those. Interesting. How can I get this on there? Let me see. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Let me try my... There we go. The belt hanging behind the tool head, drag on the bed when homing. The extra belt hanging behind the tool head, drag on the bed when homing. Did it? No? No? Nothing's dragging on anything. We have a range a 0.2. So if we look at the results here, it had a pretty, this first two were quite different. It did several, it's 0, 0, 0, 0, and then the last two were quite different. It's got a standard deviation of 0.004. What are the settings that we're using? And if we look at here, ideally the tool will report an identical maximum and minimum value. That is, ideally the probe obtains an identical result on all 10 probes. However, it is normal for the minimum and maximum values to differ by 1 z-step at distance, or up to 0.005. And we saw 0.006, and down here we saw 0.012. They are new, and I think they're tensioned enough. I might go slightly higher tension on those, but it's not off by a ton. Let's see what else this says. If the results of the test show a range greater than that, then the probe does not have sufficient accuracy for typical bed leveling procedures. It may be possible to tune the probe speed or probe start heights to improve the repeatability of the probe. So let's look at that. Let's go to the config. Does Clipper still have the command to drop the first? I was wondering, that was in my mind too, Shammy. Let's look at the bed mesh config stuff, or the probe and the bed mesh. So probe, sample tolerance. I usually set this to, I think all of my stuff is 0.075. And I can confirm that by going to this config that I already had up. Nope, I have it 0.006. I take that back. I thought I set it to 0.0075, but not that that'll make much of a difference here. We are doing median and 3 samples. And is there a even steel chain flat stretches if new? That's Clipper folks' fault. They show too many decimals. An average person's hair is 0.08. Yeah. I think on some of my other printers, I changed it to 0.0075. Let's just do that. Sample tolerance retries. There's only 3. But let's go down to the mesh. And how fast is it meshing in Z? Speed. Bed mesh 150. But what's the probe? What's the mesh probe count? Fade start. What's the probe speed? Isn't that a function that we set? Where did I set it here? Speed, yeah. And that's under probe. It wasn't defined under probe? Probe, speed is not. Let's slow this down. I think if it's not defined there, isn't it the speed max Z velocity? Is it there, or let's slow it down. Let's go 5 and just see what happens. 5. Set that there. Save and restart. PTH is the toolhead. That's the designation for the toolhead MCU. Natter. Hey, Patrick. Okay, so if we go back to dashboard and home all, it's going to home all. And then let's go to the height map and let's just do another calibrate and see what happens here. It's probing a lot slower. It's going to do this, but let's look at what values it's getting. Oh, we still got to retry there. Nope, it's still retrying. Oh, well, some of it has to do, and I think this is probably a lot of what's going on. I think we need to fix this first, and it'll be interesting to see if this actually does it. But if you look, I've got the belts there still. So it's inconsistently pushing the bed, potentially pushing the bed out of the way. Oh, natter. Exactly what you just said. So let's fix that first. Let's fix that. I've got everything tensioned. Let's disable the motors, get this up out of the way, and let's pull these down and cut these to about the same. Well, not about, exactly the same. Okay, so I've cut some extra off of there, and then we can tuck this in. I didn't cut it all off. I cut some. I cut some off, but they push up against each other, and then this is what I've done on on the switch wires previously, is they tuck up against each other under there like that. You see that? Right there. It's not WEHA. It's the CHP, whatever. These things you buy on Amazon, and I bought them in 5-packs because I can never have enough. On there. There we go. Can never have enough of those. Chuck B mentioned it a while back. Okay, let's go down here and move home all. How much do the bed magnets affect the probing? They do, and there's some configs out there that avoid the magnets. Okay, now we're gonna go to a mesh. And actually, before we do the mesh, let's see what a new probe accuracy result might be with the slower. Yeah, with the slower probing, it's much more consistent. There is a change there, 0.18 to 0.12, but it's 0.003 now, and the range is a lot lower. So let's go to and calibrate a mesh. And go back to dashboard and see what it's still doing a retry. He's saying you've graduated from buying a new set of flush cutters that come with free printer when a prayer breaks. I don't generally do that, yeah. We're getting retries in here, but it's doing better now at the slower speed. I don't like how many retries we're getting though. This is an Omron. It's just a regular Omron inductive probe. Oh, we might. Nope. Okay, we got past it. Are the belts still touching? No, the belts aren't anywhere close to touching. You look small with Phoenix behind you. I know. This thing, especially once I step back. I mean, look at that. It's a monster. Yeah, definitely worth checking. They're up out of the way now. Lots of retries. I have to investigate that. Phoenix running yet? No, I've done some peripheral tasks on it, but I haven't sat down and filmed the next stage of building it. What kind of variance do you usually try to achieve with your meshes? I don't really pay attention. As long as the prints are coming out good, I couldn't tell you what kind of mesh I'm getting on any of my printers. Slowing this down has helped. But this 5x5 mesh is a bit much. We could do it hot. I agree. I've seen more luck when I do things hot. What do we have after this? We need to print. I don't think we're going to actually push plastic today. We might push plastic, but I don't think we're going to print. We need to do the enclosure. We need to do the LEDs. We need to do the stealth burner LED setup. I'm just trying to figure out, no matter what, we were doing one more stream. I'm just trying to figure out how much I want to get done this stream, because I'm good. I can go a little longer, but I don't know if I want to keep going. I'd go much longer. I might push for 4, which is 45 minutes, which is enough time for us to do PID tuning. Input shaping is getting done, but not this stream, because I'm trying a different mount. Because there's a bed here that we have to mount a ADXL to. But I'm curious what this mesh comes up as. It's cold mesh. And it's actually going to finish. The life-size car. It wouldn't, well, I guess it could be an RC car, but okay. It saved. It did a mesh. Let's see how ugly this is. Woo! What is our range here? How do we, what is flat? That would be flat. What is our range? 0.35 millimeters. Oh, it's a 6x6 mesh. No wonder. There are probably skews in this from the magnets. So don't take this to saying that the bed is tacoed or anything like that. There's probably some skews, and I'm pretty sure that a 6x6 is not the optimum for here. The default here was the default config said 6x6, but I think there's a 5x5 that's better. Nighthawk does have a built-in ADXL. It does. But because we have 2 isolated axes, you can only get your X results from here. You have to attach your ADXL to the bed for this. Yeah, so there is a mesh that does a better job of avoiding the magnets, and I think there's probably some documentation on dead zones or avoid zones, whatever they call it. So this was just a check. Let's do PID tuning, make sure the hot end and the bed heaters are working, get that kind of stuff done, just get that much closer to through all of our config checks, because we're homing, the screen's working. Let's do a PID tune. Did I send you a cuspa? You could use that on the bed. Yes, you did. You did. You need to add exclude object to your install list. I do. That's a good call to the config. I do. But let's go through here and oops. And on the Clipper 3D docs, the configuration checks is always a good thing to follow through. And what we're going to go to the next one is PID tuning the hot end. So let's grab that command, and we're going to run this at a target of 215, because that's usually what I print PLA at. You're going to do streams more this time? You're talking about this long of a stream? It's almost 5.5 hours. This is a typical stream, although they have been a little shorter lately. But I think we can just do this, and we're going to make sure, we're going to check a few things. We're going to make sure that it's heating up, and it's not hot now. And we're also going to make sure the hot end fan turns on. So if I do this, the hot end fan turns on, and we go in here, we should see it's starting to heat up, and there it is. We've got a target here. It is a revo, so this is going to be nice and quick. Hey, Ben. And the controller fan right now will only turn on if the Raspberry Pi is over 45 degrees, and it's not. So I need to go in and change that. Some of the suggestions here, maybe do a shared pin to where either thing can turn it on. Normally have lunch, dinner, and go to bed for the night during these streams. So it's gonna do its little thing for the hot end, and then we'll do it for the bed. Might have to redo it for the bed if I have to change that thermistor, but normally for me it's the other time, 8 p.m. I think now 7 a.m. start for me. So Tuesday, back at the Prusa build. Tuesday. And of the 330 people that are still here, you get to know we'll likely have a guest. So I'd like to see that shared pin thing. Sounds interesting. I will try it, and then we can go over it. So oh. Don't forget that if you save now, the PID tune, the bed mesh will be saved too. That's okay. I run a bed mesh before every print. So sadly, I can't keep my eyes open for that stream. Yeah, that is the drawback, but there's no other time I can stream. So I try to keep them shorter, make it easier to watch afterwards, and it won't be in the same series as I'm doing on Sunday. So I'll never cover on Tuesday what I'm working on Sunday. So. Ooh, neat. Kuzpa Pro, it clamps to the nozzle. Does it clamp to a Revo as well as a V6 style nozzle? You talking about multi-pin? Yeah. I did a PID on my brother's printer yesterday at 250, and it went up to 255 and then cooled off to 237. Is that normal? Yes, it is. It is, and you'll see this here. You saw it overshoot, and oh, it's done now. So let's save that config. I know it saves the mesh as well. I can always delete it. Here, if we go in here and go to the printer config and just scroll all the way to the bottom, we can just do that. And that, right? Yeah. And now it doesn't matter. No, oh, you didn't even see any of that. Sorry. So that was basically all of the mesh stuff out of the saved section at the end. Okay, and then we want the bed version, and I'll leave this at 60. So let's go here and just do that at 60. And make sure that the bed is starting to heat up. It is, slowly, but it's heating up. The lower set temp was 245, so I wasn't sure if it was supposed to dip that far below. I'm not sure. I don't think they will work on the Revo. Need to figure out VFAs with the setup on the Trident. They are bad. Really? What steppers and stuff? This is probably going to be a mostly PLA printer. Although we are going to enclose it, so I could do ABS. And I've printed ABS in my switch wires before and gotten good results. Something I want to check here because the bed is heating, but not very quick. Let's look at the bed settings. Heater bed. Temperatures, probe, heater bed. Max temp. Okay, it's not being limited. I wanted to make sure that the bed wasn't being limited in power. So we'll just let it go. Dashboard. And there we are. It's heating up. How are you still live 5.5 hours later? I've often done many hour streams. 5 and 6 hours isn't too rare. It might have been a while since I've done that, but we'll probably hit 6 hours today. We'll probably end it right at 6 hours. Dropped a little video. Do you run your PID hot end tuning with part cooling fan on? I never remember to, and I haven't had many instances where it matters. Cuffino? Well, at least many instances where I feel like I needed to redo it with the part cooling fan on. Did 10 hours once. Yep. What do we have here? We have a video from Shammy. How am I going to actually show that? Let me look at it. So it clamps on. It's got a little printed part and clamps on. You know what we can probably find? What is it? ISIX Tech? Is that right? ISIX Tech YouTube. And I bet you there's don't they have a website? Here's a GitHub. Let's go to ISIX Tech's GitHub. Cuspa Pro. So this is a ADXL that clamps to a nozzle with an MJF printed part around it. What do I have playing? No. Oh, it's here. I didn't want that. These little autoplay things on YouTube pages bug me. But anyway, that is what it is that Shammy's talking about. Did that finish? No, it's still working on it. Absolutely do. What are we talking about? Calfino, do you run? Oh, yeah. I always just forget. And I think I've had like one time where I felt I needed to turn it on to resolve an issue. And I don't think it was even, that was when I was troubleshooting some odd Amazon hot end that I don't remember the name of on the Mercury 1. And yeah. If you subscribe to the channel, the autoplay don't show up. I'm not subscribed. Oh, I am subscribed. That's my sanitized browser. I am subscribed to ISIC. I'm not logged in on this browser that you guys see. I'm not logged into anything. So that threw me for a second there. I'm like, I should be subscribed. But I don't log in to things on this browser. This is just Edge, and it's what I use for sharing things. So anything that comes up here is not logged into. So there's no history. The only history that shows up is what we've done on stream. I don't use it off of stream. 48 volts on Leviathan with the stepper online. Those. I'm currently, Projects in Dad's Garage, working on some VFA troubleshooting on my Trident with Leviathan. So we can probably share some notes on there. So I've made nozzle clamp model for previous Cuspa, just pushed printables the other day. Nice. Does anyone use Edge? I do for this, but otherwise no. Is that done yet? Nope. It's heating back up. And the fan keeps turning on and off, cooling down the pie. But you see the same thing here with the hot end with a lot less mass. It gets done really quick, but it's basically doing the same thing, just stretched out. Hey, Scott, welcome. Is the speed changing or is it just on off? I think it's just on off. I think. I can't get a good look at it because I put the bottom panel on. How you doing, Scott? Don't tell Zombie. I put camp on Switchwire just for bed mesh every print. I need to configure that. This would be a good build to do that on. Is this thing done yet? Now it's doing the 55C. Oh. I think it's just turning on and off. If anybody wants to give me a good config for what we've talked about in the stream chat on Discord, I'll give it a try with the shared pins and all that. Hey Luke, welcome. If it's just on off, the PID control instead should make it variable. If you want it that way, I haven't tested with watermark to see how it behaves. Yeah. But I think it should be on, if we can configure it that way, it should be on anytime the steppers are engaged as a controller fan, and then on anytime the pi is above a certain temperature. That would be a good state for that. I think the idea with multi-pin is having it identified both as a controller fan and a MCU host or a host based temperature fan. I found the top toolbox to match that snap-on. Nice. 3 hours till close of bid. Very good. Is it close? Is it close by? Oh, I see a big ol' wall of text pasted into my Discord. Is that done? Oh, it's still going. Same town. Awesome. Nope. Whoa, dig the beard. Been a minute since I've watched you. How's it doing, Greg? I was looking at, I saw the Tridex Part 1 stream because I was looking to make sure I knew where the instructions were and the links and stuff like that. And I didn't have the beard then. That was just over a year ago. So this is just over a year of growth. And it got cut off quite a bit before, I think it was before Murph this last year. That's not what multi-pin does. It lets you have two, let's say two fan outputs controlled as one. It lets you identify, okay, I'll have to check. Basically just using it to turn multiple fans on and off together, but would love to know how to set up different scenarios for turning the fans on and off. Me too. Is it done? No. Another cycle. I'm playing with the, fidgeting with the little LDO card reader. What do you guys want for printers in 2024? I want linear motors. Oh wait, it's coming. I want to know how well linear motors work. Let's put that, make that more accurate. Which events will Voron Design be attending this year? Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival for sure. The rest are up in the air. The ones that I have more say over and control over is Open Sauce is a good possibility. And the maker fairs in the area are good possibilities. Depending on where dates line up, I want to do Orange County Maker Fair again. And if the dates line up well, potentially one of the weekends, if they do the 2-week thing again for Bay Area Maker Fair. I want to build a solid fork this year. I want to rebuild my solid fork this year. You would have to do that with the macros. Okay. I need to build a CNC this year. Yeah. I'm planning on building at least one. Have you ever used a 4-pin fan on like the Manta board or anything to get hardware PWM? I haven't, but what ones are set up? What was, oh, I've got, I think I have, are they 4 pins that I might be using in this guy? I'll have to look. Need to start building an NF3NG, waiting for V2 bomb. Possibly a mill. So far, my last 2 V0 rebuilds, I've had 2 bad high-wind X-rails. Must move the carriages had bad wobbles in them. Really? It's still going. It's still going. And my stomach's starting to growl. This is good timing. We've got about 20 minutes left. Wanted to build a new machine. I'm torn between a micron and a solid fork. I would probably pick, right now, for sure, a solid fork. No, micron. Sorry, take that back. Micron. I would be interested in any changes that might come for solid fork. Yeah, micron plus. Most solid forks are 160. My solid fork is a 120. My micron doesn't get used much because I've gotten caught up in the change things and try new things game. But didn't you have that on your store, Shammy? Hey, zombie. Were your ears burning? I said your name not long ago. I'd love to build a Micron Plus, but the LDO kit is not really available in Europe. Now you have to tell us what's wrong with the solid fork. Nothing's wrong with the solid fork. I think solid fork needs to have a 180 size. And I think solid fork needs to have a 180 size. I'm going to rebuild my tiny Trident with some needed mods. Ooh, my stomach is growling like crazy now. Can't wait for my Micron to be finished. It's already printing. No, not this one. Oh, maybe I don't know then, Shammy. He felt a draw back to YouTube. Standard is 120 for solid fork, but the biggest solid fork you could order a kit for was 160. I think there might be a kit for solid fork 180 now, though. I don't know if there's one now, but PID is done. Awesome. It's about time. I just got the parts in Friday, so no, the new T's will soon. Okay. I have pretty much everything for my 160 solid fork to be converted to a 180. Voron needs a 150 by 150 printer. I don't agree. I don't agree. I am a big proponent of, at least in the hobbyist segment, following along with the most commonly available build sizes. So I would agree that a printer in that near size would be useful, but I would highly lean towards a 180 size, because the Prusa Mini is a 180, which makes build sheets out there, good build sheets available. And I'm the very most fan of the Prusa build sheets. I like the Prusa textured sheets above all others that I've tried. So I think 180 is a good size to aim for. I think the 150, the 200, the 275, all those are tough because you don't have a lot of selection in flex sheets. So get my Dragon Hot into the stealth printer. Looks like progress on the build here. Yeah, we basically have a working printer. We, oh, and stealth printer LEDs are on, so it's working. I love the Zero printers, but I don't like the 1515 profile, so I just downsized the 250 to 150. There you go. Both about equal. Both really good. Tiny T is your best for a 150 printer, but I really enjoy 180. Yeah. What else? What do I have out here? Do I have anything out here? Having size compatibility with existing supplies is a huge consideration for picking out a custom printer size. Yep, I agree. I agree. Solid fork, Micron Plus. Solid fork isn't 180 yet, but it's working. Let's sling some plastic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Do I have any plastic out here? We're not going to sling it, but we could say we extruded it. I don't have any filament out here. I don't have any filament out here, but I want to extrude plastic. So we'll get an opportunity to let Dancing Max run the show for a moment, and I will bring some filament out. We will at least extrude it. And part of that is making sure that this is extruding in the right direction. So, yeah, I will be... We could, yeah, we should do some of that stuff, but we've got about 15 minutes, and because my stomach's telling me it's 15 minutes till stream time, stream end time. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. And since we were talking about the Brad's orange earlier, I just grabbed it. Yeah, we've got stuff we can do. We can do to further the less things that we have to do next week. Seeing that here? Yep, we got Z offset calibration we can do. We've got, that's warm. We can make sure that it is going to extrude. Let's put that in there. Thanks for the tips on those filament clips. They're such a lifesaver. Nice. Let's bump the temperature up and see if it extrudes. See ya, bloody. Good night. And yeah, we're talking about why is, that's interesting. Let's go 60 degrees on the bed. I'm just bumping the bed up and the hot end so we can do both. We can get the bed heated up so we can do a Z offset calibration. How dare you load filament without a short piece of PTFE? Really needs ears on the upper crossbar. We could do that. Rotate the spool 90 so you don't flip it over and get a spool. Yeah, that's... There we go. No, that's up. So I'm just going to put this in here and I am going to extrude filament at 5 millimeters per second. Sure. Yep. Got the sock on? Yeah. It's extruding. Is a Dragon high flow overkill for a switchwire a good replacement for a V6 but upgrade? It should be fine. I don't think it's overkill. I don't know, I mean, how many reported issues of, there we go. It's extruded plastic now. We're done. Going to rotate anti-clockwise. No, it's going the right direction, and it's extruded plastic. There we go. There's the first print. First print. It's all plastic. What do we got here? I feel like I'm missing something. Snake print. Yep. Okay. Let's see. We want to see if this is actually how close this is in the rotation distance calibration. So I am going to make a mark at a certain distance. Find the pen that'll show up. And I don't have the spool holder actually printed for this. I forgot. I want to use my spool holder that I use that mounts to the side, and I forgot to print it, so we don't have that yet. I'm going to mark that, and I'm going to get a better view of what distance that is, and that is just the bottom of the mark is exactly at 100 millimeters. So bottom of the mark is exactly at 100 millimeters. You did a Nero? I've got a basically completed project here. So I wouldn't go so far as saying I did a Nero. Although I like it being referred to as doing a Nero rather than doing a Steve. Okay, so I did a 100 millimeter mark. We're just going to move this with the with this, I'm gonna do a couple of things, because really you can do this without the, you can override the temperature thing, you can pull the nozzle out, and you can have zero resistance, or I can do something like bump the temperature up a little bit and extrude it really slow. So, and we'll do 50 millimeters at 2 millimeters per second, a little hotter temperature. Doing a Canuck creator. But Nero didn't dent the insulation on his door. This is true. Okay, so then with that there, we can extrude slowly and see where this is. Steve has been linked to mailing printers unsuccessfully. This is gonna go through and do its thing. Now, someone asked about the clip. I'm using the K2 Kevin filament clip here. I've had varying success with those because often when I try to wrap it on the spool, it is too loose and just is, it doesn't tie into place. And I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or what. Okay, is that done? No, it's still going. Okay, I think it's done now. So now I can get in here and find that mark, and let's just get an idea. The bottom of the mark is at exactly 50. So if it was not, then we would follow that regular process of calculating a new rotation distance. But the rotation distance as it is right now is perfectly fine. Are you talking, this is the, where is it? It's on here. The thing that I'm not sure about on these, so this is what you're talking about, one of these. When I wrap this around, it doesn't actually hold the filament tight. And I don't know if I'm doing something wrong or if it's a print or what. Have a little notch that locks on the roll. Okay, maybe I'll have to look at that. Wish you could design your own printer and call it Charlie. Where's that Voron mug from? That is from Sanity. Sent it to me, and it's from the Czech and Slovak community. So from Sanity and Pavel, and there are other names that I feel bad for not remembering, but it's been, in my defense, like 2 years since I received this. I had to over extrude them a bit to get them to bite down. I wonder if TPU. Hey, there we are. Sanity's ears were burning. I wonder if TPU would help. A little friction. Still going, left hours ago to go make onion rings and smash burgers. We're almost done. We got just a few minutes here, but we're gonna do a quick Z offset calibration. So I'm just gonna pull the filament and give this a try. So we're gonna wrap this around. But what I find is I've got that, and now I put the filament in there, and it still has the ability to move along like this and get loose. What I'd rather it do is like somehow tighten on there. If it's wedged in the right spot, then it works well. But center hole in the clip has a little section missing, shaping it like an old-timey keyhole. Oh, I see how that could help. It's not the locking clip then, Pezlas. Everybody comes, oh, and even K2 Kevin is here. So am I doing this wrong? Because I have, if that, here, that's the one I have. Is that showing up? There we are. That's one I have. This is one that came on the piece from Murph. So this is probably an older version, but it doesn't, I found that it slides out. This is version 1. Okay. I will commit to printing whatever the latest version is and give those a try and report back. Those are smooth center. There's a locking version center. Okay. How does TPU work for those? Is it a good idea or not? Tweezers. Where did my tweezers go? There they are. Okay. Clean nozzle. Clean nozzle. Heated up bed. We don't need the nozzle at that temperature anymore. Those are smooth sensor. Love them in Polyterra. Surprising you, TPU works good. Okay. Locking center printed 20 though. Still need more. I will print the latest one and we'll report back. Yes. While we're waiting for that to cool down, if we go to, are they on printables? Let's see if we can find them. K2. Collectors, I want K2 Kevin. And K2 clip, filament clip. Is that, here, let's go 3D models. You are prolific. Can I search with just your stuff? Search. Clip. Why isn't it clip with a K? Oh, what do we got here? Cameron, thanks for the gifted memberships. Ah, there's the locking center. Okay. Let's see, we've got K2 clip V 2.5. I'm listening to your comments. You wanted all corners the same size and the center to insert PTFE is an option. New tapered slots. Options. Here. While we're here, let's do hook an extra key back to the spool. Didn't watch any of the switchwire parts and jumped in 30 minutes ago. Is that standard stealth burner? A CW? It is clockwork. It's clockwork too. Yep. Okay, well that's that. Let's go back here and probe calibrate. I think we're going to want a home all first. So I think it's just probe calibrate, right? Okay, so what it's doing is it's getting its first measurement here. Then it's moving over and we have an interface now in mainsail where we can set the figure out the offset. And I'm looking for my little Chris Riley, Chris's basement. Oh, there they are. You get more success when you use the Chris's basement nozzle post-its. So, more success. Look where that is, and we put a post-it under there, and then we'll use this. Just confused. Nope. And then we're going to go down, incrementally down using the buttons here. Until we get close, and then we'll use the smaller, oh, there we go. Let's go until we get the right tension on the right resistance on the paper. There we go. Okay. Now let's go down this much. Yeah, that's getting close. That's probably where I'd go right there. And then when you accept, and it'll set our Z offset and save the config. Okay, what else do we need to do before we can print? I think that's about it. That's really about it. So, you drive a Subaru backwards, you're a bus. With that, we have gone 6 hours today. It has been the first really long stream in quite a long time. This used to be the norm, but I'm feeling pretty good, and we got a lot done. Now let's go back here and get a little better look here. It's looking good. We will print. So we extruded plastic today. We extruded plastic. We printed a snake. Here it is. Right? We printed a snake. Next stream, we will enclose it. We will print, but we will also set up the input shaper stuff as well. So yeah, feel free, Projects in Dad's Garage, or start a discussion on one of the channels on my Discord so everybody can see it. We can talk about it. So with that, be sure to tune in on Tuesday. We're going to continue the Prusa upgrade series. And then stay tuned. I haven't quite figured out when the Charlie's Angel stream will be this week, but and thanks for the reminder. Jason from LDO hopped in today and announced that we're going to be giving away one of these kits as well as 3 Nighthawk tool head boards next stream. So that'll be fun. So with that, I hope everybody has a good rest of the weekend, and hope to see you on Tuesday. And that's that. So take care, everyone. Thanks again. Oh, and thanks to Polymaker for the filament, and thanks to all the new members and gifted members again. Bye.